Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Today is kind of a special malcap, right? So we are doing our candid conclusions section for the games, so to speak. It is day 7, end of a week. I've collected quite a lot of thoughts in the last week and had the multiple opportunities to speak with Erik, the developer of So to Speak, on publicly. Actually, quite lovely interaction, and we're gonna go over some of those things, but maybe in a more brief manner as we cover other things. So, like most things, let's go over some brass tacks things. Like, what is this that I'm doing here? We're gonna okay. So at the beginning of each project, right? At the beginning of each project, I do something that's called the opening opinions. That's to talk about things that are related to the decision making. What do I have personally in relation to it, and then like a discussion about what is apparent, like the optics on the game or the whatever I'm engaging in initially, right, before I go into it. So those are ways to tell myself, hey, these are the things that are important to me, relevant to me, and then also share that, because if I'm doing something publicly, I do not like the idea of having things taken out of context, or maybe too much inference is being used. Much like that, I also want to dedicate some time at the end of a project, or more like a tentative end, because a lot of times these projects get revisited, and I will possibly do a revisit little retrospection from time to time. This game in its current state is a completed product, so this is where candid conclusions come in, and that's what we're gonna do here. So for the record, in order to put this in a writing form, so candid conclusions. Right. This is where I provide some candid things, as in things that are anecdotal to me, and my honest and vigorous attempt to be as comprehensive or as empathetic as I can to relevant topics about the game, and that can vary dramatically. And like most candid conclusions, all of these are they're varied. I try to provide some sort of core consistency, but for lack of a better word, I do not take these things from an industrial perspective. So like I tailor a lot of my discussions and conclusions and stuff to the project to project. So while I'm trying to maintain like an overall theme and structure, like I'll start with some facts and then go into personal takes, and then a empathetic take, and then provide a review score from multiple perspectives and my perspective. That is as far as the core consistency goes. Generally speaking, the topics that are involved is affected by the nature of the project. So these are not standardized forms of comparison. So I want to make that very clear, that while I'm trying to do these candid conclusions as a form of addressing those who like a review, or let's throw in some hot, where it's like So you don't have to. Or recommendations. Right. This is why I do opening opinions and candid conclusions and tentative takes in between, largely because in our world, in the nature of the internet, often people have normalized this type of expectation where you use a product and then you want to hear someone else's opinion and review of the product, assuming that they have a consistent profession in it. And I want to say that I don't, but it's my way of compromising. So this is as close to a review or I did this so you don't have to situation or a recommendation. And how I usually go about this is in this order. We go by a section called by the numbers. So most of the by the numbers are observational, and this is where the whole data part comes in. So by the numbers are things that are true. They are there, and remember that these numbers are agnostic. So the way I go through the first section is this game has this thing. This game can be approached this way or this way or this way, because those are possibilities. So we go over agnostic possibilities as well. And strict number stuff. Oftentimes I start with this because it forms the foundations of assumptions. So when someone says, oh, is this game good? It's not this section. How to determine this section is based on your observations and assumptions later down the road. So all of these are how many chapters does the game have? 16. Right? That's kind of by the numbers. And oftentimes this is where the decision making ends for most people, because the data allows them to interpret the thing. So I start with this. And then most of the time I go from things that are most relevant and indisputable to things that are more interpretive, subjective, and empathetic, because those are my most important things to me. So if you stay for the beginning, that's cool. I'm sure you'll get plenty of information that will be sufficient for you. That the way I organize these topics are deliberate, right? And then, or you can skip to the end, which is the hot take place. So then our next section would then be personal takes, or not necessarily personal takes. We will, we'll do the personal takes next. They're kind of gonna go back and forth. They're not like we complete all of this, and it'll be very apparent in a bit. That's one of the core structures where I color code these. So things that are going to be in this color are my personal commentary. So these would be things that actually happened. Anecdotally. So they're anecdotes. So my personal experience, some of the key things I want to highlight. And oftentimes I tend to highlight things that are primarily frequent. And frequent in the sense of thinking. So things like lasting impressions, right? Lasting impressions. and they can be incredibly abstract. So it's not confined to be literal. So there, a lot of times people like to keep their eyes on the ball, on the literalness. I tend to think about bigger picture things. So the lasting impressions tend to be bigger picture things that I will be carrying into the future, things that I want to keep hold of for as long as I can. So, like, so to speak, for example, my attachment to my actions, they don't die or fade away or be forgotten to obscurity because I finished it. So this is the part where they're lasting memories and importance to the bigger picture. Those are the ones that I will likely mention, not things like, oh, I had a 10% incorrect rate, or I died like 400 times on this boss. Not those type of things. It's more like, what did I learn from the 400 deaths, or what happens when I get stuck in, so to speak? How do I go about thinking about that, right? That's the stuff that will carry me for the rest of my life. So whenever I learn, like, language learning Japanese and stuff, I carry all my experience from English. I learn about learning, and those experiences I carry because they're transferable. They're legacy skills. They get reinforced consistently, regardless of the context. Context independent skill building. I would say then, in a way, they are often things that are loosely context independent. And in this case, very specifically, we can say language learning skills. Over time, when I do things like this, it's not that dramatically different from all the skills I applied in middle school, high school, college, graduate school, for the rest of my life. Most of these skills that I keep on hand in retrospection and whatnot are built on top of each other. There's so many ways to culminate and repurpose your skills for a specific task that I focus on. So your skills might be incredibly specialized. So this is the pink stuff. So this is the purple stuff. It's my personal anecdotes. Most of the skills that I've cultivated all my life cannot be applied to the foundation of skill building in context independent situations. Those are what I tend to invest most of my time in, right? Like, one day if I have to get a job, I make it work because I spend most of my time using those skills. How do you stay healthy is a universal skill because you still have to stay healthy while doing every other task. It impacts all of your other functions. So things like mental health impacts a substantial amount of all of your things. Time management, learning skills, abstraction, right? Problem solving, critical thinking. I think that will come up today quite dramatically about how problem solving, critical thinking factors into the perceived appearance of the obtuseness and or difficulty of a video game, especially a puzzle game. Then not necessarily so to speak, but it is presented with some of the foundations of a puzzle game. I quite enjoy puzzle games. There are puzzle games that absolutely crushed me and I did not complete. Zachtronics games, hats off to Zachary. I keep forgetting his last name, but the person behind Zachtronics games. But I learned a lot from it, right? While my interest may fade, humbling experiences are fantastic. Skills are rarely ever completed. In fact, or the skills that I'm referring to are rarely completed or mastered. They are ever transforming and ever changing. I'm not talking about skills where you sit here and it's like, oh, I mastered this game. Like that's how a lot, in my opinion, people view skill building, and it's appropriately so, because they enjoy that particular skill that is not transferable. And those are going to be things I don't talk about. Like, I'm not going to tell you about how I can play Hearthstone Battleground really, really well because I know all the fundamental knowledge checks and rudimentary probabilistic interactions. Those are not transferable skills. How you determine interactions between specific triggers and resolution, and in how you determine the probabilistic outcome of a pool of cards because there are particular objects, that is transferable. Like finance, mathematics, design choices, what have you, right? So probably those things. I'm getting a little bit better at describing these steps. I think I've done this. This is going to be, maybe I've done this like 20 times now. So it's been quite a lovely feeling that I'm no longer tripping over certain specific ideas that I want to convey. Practice makes perfect, right? And then we have our third section, and that is our empathy section. So our empathetic stances. Not really like third step, I guess more like third thing that we're going to juggle. Our empathetic stance. Or stances. So this, whatever's in this color, will be incorporating outside perspective. Now, before I get into trouble about things, this is not presuming. I'm presuming a hypothetical profile. Okay? So I am not referring to reality per se. So I want to make a big disclaimer that when I take empathetic stances, I try to characterize and introduce what I understand are behavioral coincidences. Of thought, taste, and like problem solving, and so on. But generally these are some good examples: thoughts, taste, and problem solving. So in this case, when I say, oh, someone who is a beginner, right? For example, someone who is a beginner in Japanese studies may behave this way, go about their routine this way, is largely based on behavioral, I'm going to say, coincidences, because causal and correlation is very, very tough. When it comes to behavioral understanding for myself, like for conversations, selling tactics, like consultation, helping someone, consoling, conversing, and resolving conflicts, they are leveraging my experience of observing behavioral coincidences. Some people can think it's so strong that it's causal or associated. So another way to say that is associated behavioral patterns, right? And that would be considered like a profile. And oftentimes, this part presents quite the biggest bulk of my commentary when it comes to evaluating things for myself, like for my own understanding. My interaction with the stuff that other people use is how I develop and understand through experience and other conceptual hypotheses to understand what behavioral patterns are likely to be associated with each other. So what does that sound like to most people? To most people, it would be saying something like, what is the purpose? Right? They would answer questions like, what is the purpose? Right? Who is this targeted to? Or what, yeah, who is this targeting? But I go about it in a different manner. I go about it by building the case for the target. So instead, we focus on all the coincidences through our observation. So we present observation, my commentary, in order to shape the observations. So there is a chance observations, I can be blinded to certain observations. So if I provide personal commentary to say, oh, so to speak only covers a specific amount of concepts from N5, and then I provide a commentary like I am post N5, that frames a little to give the person who's interpreting my words on the observations a bit of grain of salt, right? They contextualize it based on my perspective. And then to balance all of that, I try to exercise an empathetic stance since I watch people a lot. I read, watch people, hear their commentary. I speak to a lot of people very frequently about their thoughts and their like coincidental behavior or preferences, and I gather these patterns to create hypothetical profiles, and these hypothetical profiles will have coincidences. So like, is this game going to be exciting for a specific hypothetical person? And then if a specific hypothetical person has these characteristics, how are they going to interact with the game? And that is a thought experiment. These coincidences are thought experiments. So rather than saying what is or suggesting what might be, as in, oh yeah, if you like Souls games, you're going to like this game. Instead of saying it that way, I am going to take the observations, apply hypothetical things, and if any of those things click with you, or click with a developer, or click with whoever is this concerning, they can leverage the different bits and pieces and use them as actionable feedback, as opposed to summarizing things. When you summarize behavioral consequences, they do not provide instructional material or like actionable examples. For example, when someone says, oh, I don't like how tedious this game is, that does not say anything about something that can be constructively helpful to anyone who's trying to feel you, like vibe with you. They can vibe with you saying, oh yeah, I found it tedious too, but neither of those two people will know why or how it's tedious. Like, they might find two separate things tedious, right? So a person who's from zero could find an aspect of, so to speak, frustrating, and someone who's post N5 might find a different thing tedious. But if they both tell each other they found the game tedious, it is not informative to neither party. Over, like, if you want to get deeper, right, instead of a casual conversation, neither of them would know why or how, and they will probably not practice why or how. So that's kind of the internet ploy here, right? Most people summarize their vibes as opposed to providing understanding of themselves, being able to express that understanding to another person, especially when they're talking to developers and voicing their concerns. And oftentimes, doing this type of thought experiment also helps inform me. It gets me to think consistently and overall and be more inclusive, and it helps leverage my success with being able to, in a way, say things that people want to hear in order to have functional consequences to helping them. Not in a manipulative way, but in a functional, possibly helpful way. Like, this person is struggling with something. You could say instead, oh yeah, don't worry, I also have those problems. That is kind of empathy, but it's empathy in a way of not having actionable relatability. Like, you're relating at the very high, at the very top, right? You're both sad. That is great. That's a great way to start. But without exploring the sadness between two common people, there will be a lack of deeper empathy. The empathy is not deep enough to create a connection that can make actionable changes. And that's kind of where we're going with this. So if you happen to fall into a behavioral pattern that I'm describing, I'm not describing reality. Like, I didn't poll everyone on this game. I am not the developer. I'm also not tracking everyone's information. I'm not a data broker. So I do not have actual evidence to support these theoretical behavioral patterns. I have anecdotal experience in recognizing that these are coincidental. So I wanted to make that clear because I do this a lot. In fact, the vast majority of my digressions during language learning and whatnot are predicated on my ability to constantly refine my understanding of associated behavioral patterns. Behavioral patterns are what I have to rely on because human experimentation would be like a dystopian episode in Black Mirror. So I don't perform manipulative or intentionally manipulative social experiments on people for my own fascination or academic curiosity. What is very readily available nowadays, though, which is a great place, is that the internet is hyper automated, and automation is incredibly consistent nowadays. And it created a great opportunity for me to observe associated behavioral patterns while engaging in many of the activities that have consumed human life now. Like, back in the day, this is absurd. Like, back in the day when I was trying to get a sense of behavioral coincidences and saying things and like basically reading people's minds when I'm talking to them, I've got that comment quite a lot. Like, oh yeah, like you're probably, they would ask and type like 4 different questions, but I would answer those questions in advance while they're typing them. Because in my opinion, one of the bigger pictures of the internet culture nowadays is that automation and consistency has led to very, very consistent associated behavior. And that is what I'm leveraging here. You can still differ from it. Humans are fantastic at being variant on a case-by-case basis. So we're not talking about those things. When it comes to empathy stances or empathy models, we're concerning ourselves with the most statistically likely patterns. Right. So if you disagree with that profile, perfectly all right. I love to hear the alternative things. That is very valid. In no way is this the reality. It's a brainstorming for me. I like to share my brainstorming because thinking about these things outside of yourself kind of things help with communication. If you're constantly, these are the 3 levels, by the way, the 3 tiers of how I think people experience their things. On the top level, the internet level, you get your hot takes, your reviews, so you don't have to. So you watch for like 5 minutes and you think you understand everything. That's at the top level. The second level, you stay long enough to observe all the statistics and the facts that don't change, right? Like, does this cover N5 or N4 or N3? How much? And then afterwards, you would stay long enough to form an attachment to the person presenting the information. This becomes then personal commentary. So then you have a flavor or bent or interpretation of the numbers and the review that you have. And this level is for your personal fan base, the ones that you follow a lot, because you would propagate, the person hypothetically would likely propagate their viewpoints without even having to experience the product or anything like that firsthand. So this would be like comprehensible input. The fastest way to learn Japanese, it would be through the parasocial relationship with a person. In the sense of like acquiring information, of course. You can create information like what I'm doing now, but we're not talking about that from that perspective in the moment. And then lastly, you have ascended to the point where not only did you only have one personal commentary, you have multiple people's commentary. And now you have invested in an entire collage of communities on the same topic. So then you've ascended to empathy level, right? So this is how I'm organizing most of the things. Every tentative take, construction of questions and answers. So when someone asks me a question, I ascertain where their interest lies through questions of my own. Are they interested in a hot take at the very top level? Are they interested in some facts because they're going to ask me for very specific details? Or are they detail oriented in the sense that they don't really want to hear my commentary, but what's in it? Like, for example, what level am I on in Wanikani? 12. Right? Or do you like this game? Yes. And then at this level, like, what are your thoughts about this product? We're at level 3. Or like we're going deeper. And then what are your thoughts about this game and how does it compare to the thoughts of people you have interacted with? Now we're at 4. And that to me is where I sit most of the time. The text basically got bigger and more points as we go deeper. And that's how I'm going to frame in the future. This bit right here, I'm kind of working on, right? I'm trying to make it a little bit more concise so it doesn't take as long. But I have, over the last 3 or 4 years, kind of settled a little bit on this type of structure. So if you're already gone by now, then top level, right? If you're gone by now, it's the top level, because this is the summary part. So, and then we have 2 additional things in the beginning and the end, which is where I'm going to end this segment now. This part is considered, at the very top, is considered the summary or the table of contents. So, not summary, but table of contents. Basically, I'm what's in it. What's in it. So immediately you'll know what's it. Like, if any of this is interesting, I don't have an editor or anything where I can chapter this because it's very myriad. I like to integrate. So I have a very loopy way of presenting. So you can't just like skip to a specific order anywhere. But the idea is, this is my attempt to lay out what's going to be said. This very segment, inception, right? And then at the very end, at the very end, there's a summary of the summary. I know, summary of the summary. And that is going to be ratings, right? People like ratings. It's going to be a number. And we're going to provide numbers for our hypotheticals, right? Our hypotheticals. And my personal one. And you can skip to the end if you want. If you skip to the end, if the all it is a number that you want and maybe like a short hot take list, it's going to be at the end. So these are my compromises, right? Start with the table of contents. If you're already gone, then it's not of your interest, right? You don't even bother with thinking about if it's important. Like my importance is not relevant to you if you're already bored at table of contents. And then going through this list, as you're going, there will be more of the top layer stuff all the way to the bottom layer. And then you can always skip to the end for a basic summary number, because I do understand that it's quicker to spend 5 minutes and say all the biased things you can think of and then provide a number that reflects that bias. And then on table of contents, you could just quickly window shop and see what's in it without investing any effort into understanding or being inspired by it. That's not a bad or a good thing. It's an interest in time. And that's my wrap up for the preface. There will be a lot more other preface things when it comes to terminology and jargon that I want to establish. This is how we're going to structure our, so to speak, segment. So, reviews, recommendations, and so you have to. Recommendations will start with there, huh? Oh, wait. This is not the... Yeah, we start here. I'm going to start by the numbers, right? The very top is this. This is it. Like, this is what we're doing here. That is the review. And then you have to jump to the end for the rating. Okay, so let's get into it, shall we? Let's grab this. All right. So by the numbers, we got some numbers here. Let's start with our by the numbers. So when it comes to, so to speak, there are quite a lot of numbers that I'm using to set up for discussion, right? For discussion. So the first number that I would look at is the first like kind of facts I would look at is JOPT N5. Right. So in this game, so to speak, is designed as advertised or like spoken as a from zero game, is what I would call it. A from zero game. So from zero on. And it's usually from 0 to, I'm gonna conservatively say, end of N5 in vision. I actually had a somewhat indirect way of confirming this from speaking to Erik, the developer. So covering N5, right? I think that would be a really like a wonderful, safe, conservative vision that when in the future or now or in its state of the game, I can comfortably say if someone is from 0 and they want to be interested in all of JLPT N5's, like touch upon a lot of the things in general, this would be it, right? This is a fact that most of the concepts from N5 are covered in, so to speak, and these N5 concepts are scattered through 16 chapters. Let me make sure about that. Uh, 16 chapters. Right. So 16 chapters. They are thematic. So they're thematic. I'll let you guess what the themes are, but I'll provide some examples of the themes. Weather. Position. Right? Like color. Different types of descriptors. So that's kind of how the thematics work. So that's in the game. It's in the game. Another relevant thing is, this sounds very weird to say, but it's very important. It's very relevant for later commentary. English is in the game. Okay, so English is in the game, and English providing as a context. Right. Now this part is a little bit loose, but it's English context, however, is inference context. So these are implicit context clues. And English is used as one of the vehicles as a written form. And then we have other things that are inference and implicit, and that is visuals. So there are visuals like a, I don't know, a ball, right? Actually, I'm not even sure a ball is in it now that I think about it. Let's use something that's I'm confident is in it. Reizouko, right? Like a refrigerator. Like there will be a refrigerator in it. So these are the context stuff. Under visuals, like rain, ame, will be rain in it. Kasa, people will be. Now we also have others. Environmental context. And I wanted to call it environmental context because they're grounded. Environmental contexts are grounded contexts. This is different from abstraction or surrealism or any form of higher level creativity that can be incredibly obtuse. Like lots of puzzle games tend to violate environmental contexts, as in, if you think light travels a certain way, a puzzle game can deliberately change how light behaves in their system in order to challenge you to abstractly solve problems. In this case, this game entirely relies on environmental context. They are grounded context, so they are meant to be intuitive. Much like reading a book that is realistic fiction, or a newspaper report, things that are intuitively grounded. So you have that as a form of input, right? You have somewhat dialogue context. So this would be dialogue in the terms of logic context. So say when someone says it's raining, right? It's raining. And the next thing can likely mention something about an umbrella. I'll just put kasa in the romaji here. So that is another level of input. These things are literally in the game. There's no contests. Literally in the game. And then there's also visual writing. So there's kanji and kana as visible representations. So they're also written. There are ways to learn entirely free of not seeing kanji or kana, right? In fact, heritage speaking is a great example of that. So whenever someone goes around and peddle the word immersion, immersion can lack writing entirely, right? But in this case, there is visible writing, and not as context, not as in output. So we haven't talked about output yet. So let's also group all of this. So all of this is what I would consider as input. And I want to make it clear here, this is one of the distinctions. Let's write it in, I think we had orange, right? No, purple. So as a personal clarification, anecdotally, input, we're talking about language learning input. So from a language perspective, basically input is something you're taking in, not in the sense of a video game where you're inputting something. So oftentimes this requires a little bit of reverse logic here. Often the more conventional use of the word input when it comes to video games is how you're interacting with the thing. So you're literally inputting things. Like when you click, it's an input. But here I'm talking about the input of knowledge. So the input of learning. So all these things are forms of inputs. When you see the English sentence next to the Japanese, it is informing you something. It's coming to you. You are not providing any of that. So when you click on something and it explains to you, it is raining now in English, and then you click on a dialogue and it may say it's raining, right? Right? Or it's rained, I suppose. Right, like ame o furu, right? You're going to make that connection, but those are not the things that you provided. You did not output those things. So now in the grand scheme of things, we can move on to our next thing, which now I have to qualify, is output. And output is when you do something from your knowledge base. You are reproducing something, or you're taking that knowledge and you're iterating on it, as opposed to output in the sense of controls. Like it's part of the implementation. So when you're clicking on something, that's an output. I know this is going to be a little bit tricky, but I wanted to make this is a lot more useful for the way when it comes to language learning. Output is when you do something you learned. So if you're in a game, like so to speak, your output is going to the dictionary and using the reference material, and you output what you think it is, and then you find the solution, right? And you're technically literally inputting the things, but you're outputting the knowledge. I know that sounds a little bit more complicated. Why don't you just phrase it the other way? Because largely because it's not as interesting to a language learner, in my opinion. Your language learners, who are probably the target audience of so to speak, are more interested in what does the game provide as a form of input for my language progress, and what do I do as a form of output to reinforce that, right? Reinforcement can come in the form of input, which Erik has a specific design, and outputting also repetitiously can promote consistency, right? That can reinforce the original input that you have. And that's usually how strict I am about this. If you are practicing something, that is a form of output. If that practice causes you to be more consistently able to remember something, then whatever you're using is promoting you to output something to form that consistency. Practice makes consistent, right? I don't prefer to say practice makes perfect. Practice makes consistent, right? Okay, so I did miss a one point when I was talking about this. Another form of input, right? Another form of input that Erik focuses on is iteration. And iteration in a combinatorial way. So, for example, if they introduced a flower, for example, well, a flower could be red. It could also be green. It could also be blue. Later on, a flower could be small. It could be pretty. So this is the way reinforcement is done in the form of inputs in the game in its current state, right? So if you have a car, that car could stop and go. That car could be parked somewhere, like a parking lot. Someone could be waiting for the car to pass by the traffic light. So the car and the objects and the stuff, this is basically, well, not really basically, but one of the things that are very important to highlight this, because not everyone for sure will enjoy this type of iterative combinatorial observations. So we'll get more into that when I'm talking about other perspective stances, but this is in the game. That's how the game presents reinforcement currently. They take iteration and use combinatorial things. Like a short tease of my own personal anecdote. Actually, let's write my personal anecdote. For me, this is reality. This reflects life. And I don't know if that was Erik's original vision or intent and motivation in this, but this is what it's like to use a target language. This is how you normalize reality. And later down the road, I'm going to reveal some empathetic stances that would suggest it doesn't matter if it reflects reality or normalize. I don't care. It's tedious as a game, for example. Well, for me, when I think of, like, personally, I'm interested in language learning, right? This reflects reality. So if I normalize this type of iterative combinatorial design, I understand that that's how language is formed, right? So do I ever get tired of saying I, ever, do, and then insert some random vocabulary? I do not. It is part of learning a language. So if you are tired of, like, in my opinion, very startlingly, if you are tired of saying aru and iru when you're listening to other people, you're going to hear them say aru and iru in a conversation. You are not all of the people you are reading. Each person has to constantly hear that. Does it sound exhausting or repetitious when you're listening to your native language? Hold on to that thought. Some people actually think that is annoying and boring. Like going to school. If you go to school and that professor mentions a concept like 4 or 5 times in a row, you're probably bored. And in my opinion, your conversational skills probably also suffer from it. And if you're here to learn a language and not play a game, or both, play a game and learn a language, in my opinion, the reality is you have to normalize combinatorial iterations on using vocabulary. Aru and iru are essential. You can go the internet route and say, nah. Let's just throw out words that I don't need anymore, and then expect that the normalized statistical average would understand what you mean. Like, let's just replace the entire English language with the word bro, and expect that your conversational skills improve, especially between people of different cultures and different language. So, in my opinion, aggressively, if you think it is tedious now to constantly practice ni, where to put ni, ka, no, aru, iru, des, masho, like all the masen, all the conjugations, then I'm not entirely sure, right? This is a little bold. I'm not entirely sure if you're ready to learn another language, because you will be doing that. It will become the normalized thing. You do it so much that it becomes effortless. I don't tell myself that, man, I really use the word I so many times. And if you're not normalizing that already, in my opinion, on like simple elementary things, like if you're like a seasoned vet, right? I saw this comment earlier in the Discord. Someone said like, oh yeah, I think it's annoying because I'm not the target audience. I'm already N4 or something. Like, I already know all this stuff. It's already repetitious and retiring and annoying. Like, well, it's repetitious. I agree. So I already mentioned this. Iterative design, combinatorial, it's repetitious. That's the point. Reinforcement. The form of reinforcement is iterating on repetition. You are finding different ways of iterating on the same things. Those things provide different context to remember the use of these words. So Erik has tried to come up with different situations in which you can use similar things in order to reinforce. So it feels less like verbatim repetition, and it increases engagement. Duolingo does that too. Duolingo tries to repackage the same information in different ways of input and output in order to keep your brain from saying it's boring. The last time I checked, when even learning a native language, most people find sitting in the classroom iterating and normalizing how repetitious the language is still boring for most people. And in the early empathy stance, the internet culture is even less so tolerant of that. But for me, you're telling me that you want to buy this game, or you already learned Japanese, or you're N4 and N5 and you're saying you want to become fluent in Japanese. My first thought is, how are you complaining about being annoyed by repetition? Like real behavioral coincidences here, without the ability to be consistently not annoyed, but okay to know that it is repetitious, right? Like, language is repetitious. when you're using a language every single day of your life because you want to be fluent in a language, it is inherently repetitious. When you go outside to a bar or go to the streets of Japan, you're probably going to hear specific words over and over again as a form of its construction. So perhaps Erik coincidentally did this to capture his travel experience. Like, that's what Erik said on the website. He was trying to capture the travel experience, the experience that he had traveling to Japan. Well, if you go out and use your own native language and go to a bar, how often are you going to hear the same word over and over again? You probably will hear it even more than what Erik has already attempted to do. In fact, I would add a input thing, an input commentary. This is my personal anecdote about the input. It is incredibly streamlined. And I think it's because of resource limitations. So while this is close to reality in life and normalizing that behavior, it is incredibly streamlined, so it's not necessarily entirely reality. It's, in my opinion, it is even more repetitious in reality, and also there's noise in all of that repetition. So in order to capture that, that would be very difficult for a single developer to produce all of that. That's like creating an open world game with a single developer recording every single aspect and populating the entire area with repetitious people saying the same thing. Like, if you're in line, how often are you going to hear people complaining about being in line and using the same verbs and words? You probably will hear them a lot. That's actually, in my opinion, why immersion and heritage speaking works so well. You hear the same thing over and over again, and you might not know what it looks like on paper, but after so many iterations of contextual relations, it becomes like you say it and sometimes you don't even know what you're saying, you feel it. So that's kind of one of my earlier hot takes on this thing. I find it incredibly hard to empathize with someone in their early stages of mindset, their early mindset stages. You can be a very advanced Japanese learner, like you could be N2 and N1 and still operate on the idea that learning certain things are incredibly repetitious and you're too good for it. Like, you don't need to rediscover how to use aru and iru, and because you're just beyond that now, you can still end up having that mindset and be really good at Japanese. In my personal opinion, from a behavioral standpoint, I don't get tired of saying the same thing every day in my language, in the English language. I don't get tired of learning a different way to input and output the same language, because I should be doing this automatically at some point. Like, and my goal is not even fluency. I don't plan on being fluent in Japanese, but what I can tell you, if it's a little bold, is I tend to embrace what is already required, and it's the reality of having another language. Repetition, normalization. It should be effortless, not annoyingly redundant, effortless. And I found this game to be a joy. So it was awesome. Like, for me, this little part here, it was incredibly sobering. Because when I clicked on that dialogue, right, and they said something, it's like, oh, hey, that's cool. Okay, so that's Aru again. Oh, that's Ka. Oh, and that here, like, not only did I already know what they said, I was able to systematically break down the exact things to look for because it's effortless. I've done this thousands of times, and not only is it not annoying and tedious, it is the reward of caring and working on the language. It is your fruits of your labor. So it's outrageous, in my opinion, if you're saying your goal is to be fluent in a language, that you would get annoyed at constantly iterating on the language. There's a 2 cents, but I'll mention this again. It's one of the earlier topics. I think it happens a lot. Not for so to speak. It happens on Duolingo because Duolingo makes everything so easy and it's all translational. So basically, since you think you already know everything because it's translationally very comprehensible, there's no point in trying to iterate and output it in a different way, right? That's one of the myopic standpoints. If Anki, you're learning a lot of vocabulary, so there's no reason, if you learn the vocabulary, there's no big incentive to like learn the vocabulary in the context of a sentence. Like, oh, now I know sentences, there's no reason to learn paragraphs. And then there's no reason to, like, because you in my opinion, a lot of times people get caught up with the idea that I know this, so I don't need to learn it in a different context. And what I mean by context, I am not talking about comprehensible input here. I'm talking about how to use that language in as many ways as you can. Playing a video game, reading manga, normalizing life, right? Normalizing the use of your language, your target language, every day. For me, it's different. For me, I like this because my normal use, like for this like normal use here, is both. When I speak in English, I think about some Japanese phrases I can express. When I think of Japanese, I use English. So I am very different from the... I can't empathize actually with... It's very weakly empathizing with people who only want to speak about one language. Because in my opinion, that's what makes this believable to me. Where someone would say that this is tedious because they prioritize a language's aspect and create double standards. You use your native language and repeat the same exact thing every single day and probably have to argue and explain about words you use every single day, and then you create a double standard for your target language by saying, oh, I shouldn't have to do that in the target language. In my opinion, that's preposterous. It is so cognitively dissonant that it makes me wonder if those people will become successful at becoming fluent in a language. I have a different mentality, and I personally don't even think I would become fluent in that language. And I can do this day in and day out with no problems. Like, if you want me to explain Aru and Iru for the 50th time, I will do that. And it will be, the 50th time will be a bit different from the 49th time and the 48th time, and so on and so forth, going backwards. So in no way is playing a game any different. Now, that's to be said that this is an edutainment game, right? It's an educational technology game. I do not necessarily treat this the same way as games, purely for entertainment. But in this case, we're talking about language learning. I want to embellish a little bit of my perspective of getting people to either understand, perhaps, or maybe get challenged with the prospect of perhaps it's not as exciting as you might think, or perhaps this annoyance may become lessened by the reality, in my opinion, the reality that you will be saying these things all the time. So if it's annoying now, is it hopefully going to not be annoying later? If you think it's burdensome to use is and I and us, then I'm sure there are internet people out there who say, guys, throughout the day, I only use like 4 words. Bruh. What? What do you mean? Like, that's fine. You can probably get through the day with that, I suppose. But you're learning a language. So I hope that the Japanese people will come to help understand you when you keep dropping aru and iru because you think it's too laborious and tedious to constantly do that. Right? Possibly. I don't actually know. I don't know enough Japanese to know that I have the luxury of constantly thinking aru and iru, let's just drop aru and iru here and there. It's no problem. Like ni, that's okay too. And then you go into like Spanish, like it's okay. They know what I mean. When I say agua, it's not like I have to say el agua. Like that's L is just redundant. Let's just get rid of L. It's fine. And then you're like suddenly saying la agua, and then you know, like, oh, that's fine too, because I didn't repeat that. We don't need to cover articles and gender agreements over and over again, because it's not important. It's too tedious. That's kind of how I feel, like personally. To like the hypothetical person, I wanted to challenge the hypothetical person to think about like, maybe you just like learning new things and not actually be fluent in the language. I think that can be a thing, right? There are people who like to learn language for the sake of learning languages, not necessarily for the sake of being fluent in conversation. Anyways, that was a big one. And I remember one more thing. Searchable dictionary. So there's a searchable database, right? It's very rudimentary, but there's a searchable, we're gonna call it a searchable reference book. And that got a recent update as well. Reference book. So in this case, this becomes very important for me later. A searchable reference book. So this is a categorize, it categorizes, or it does categorize by English meaning, and it functions on kana. The filter or search is by kana and English. So you can input kana to bring up terms, or you can use English to bring up terms that is also categorized. So like if you're thinking, oh man, this word aru, it feels like to be or exist or something, you can type those words and a bunch of things that might be associated with to be or exist might come up. And instead you're like, oh, this is definitely aru. So if you knew the kana, which a lot of times, again, this game is presented in kanji and kana, you can literally type aru. If you see a kana like ramen, right, and you type in ramen, if you're familiar with kana, which that's not a given, right? This is advertised to from 0 and up to like up to at post N5, right? If you have kana, you can wield that kana, and in my opinion is another form of extracurricular to get familiar with kana. I'll be more about that in a bit. So I think that is a good cover. There's more. There's still more. This game still has more. And one of the hot things. So let's put like the hottest thing about this. Like I'm gonna say this is the top, or this is probably the highlight. We'll do highlight. But the highlight by the numbers is voice acting. Or we could say like voice scripts. There is some very noticeable emoting, but it's like classical emoting, like ne, yo, no, like that type of thing. So there is a bit of voice acting and like emoting and scripts, and they are provided, at least in my opinion, incredible native group. It's a group. Like there's more than one person. There are kids. There are even kids. Right, kids lines. Right. So men, women. Sometimes I swear a few of them are older people. I senior, like older people sound it's quite eclectic. It's an eclectic group, and that's one of the highlights. So why is this a highlight? It's incredibly one of the important things about, I would say, even like for myself and for others, this is often a late stage acquisition in terms of input compared to other things. Reading, I would say, in reading is before listening a lot of times. So having voice acting for all the lines is fantastic. It's a really welcome thing that has exceptional diminished return when it comes to especially game development. I think the nuance of voice acting is incredibly underappreciated because it's largely intuitive. So it's one of those things, how I say, a good analogy is it's hard to appreciate how difficult it is to create like a fictional world graphically, right, visually, because a lot of people visually intuit the visuals, so you can't conceive the work that it takes to generate that, right? And voice acting is also one of those things. You link with real life things. You, as a person who that might not participate in voice acting or saying things over and over again, like speaking things over and over again and reading things over and over again in order to produce a product, may easily write off and underappreciate voice acting, right? Like, oh, this person kind of sounds dumb, and that's it. That's as faceted as it goes, because it is so repetitious in your mind that you are intuiting it most of the time. And that is one of the late stages of language. One of the late stages of language is you've done it so much, you've listened to it so much, you've written it and wrote it so much that you're now vibing along with it as opposed to comprehending it. And that's very fair. But I'm saying this because that's one of the realities of having highlighted features like voice acting. I love voice acting. Like, you can even argue I love the bad, the good, the silly, the funny, the intent. It's a part of why language is beautiful as well. Writing is fantastic too. I absolutely love writing kanji. That's not in this game, so we were not going to touch upon what isn't there, but we'll make a little nod of what isn't there a little bit later, like all the other stuff that's not there as a form of like commentary or criticism, right? So reading often comes first, but this game provides audio. That is something incredibly special because it's a late stage acquisition input, and rarely is it financially, from a business standpoint, sustainable. And also, while people love to have it, they don't pay for it, and they don't send, in my opinion, a heightened enough appreciation. And I'm not talking about the people that do appreciate it. Overall, the impact of voice acting is rarely felt more consistently than a game's presentation. Like within a game's presentation, like voice acting is part of a game's presentation. But since this is a video game, like it's being sold as a video game as well, there's a special place for language learning stuff. Voice acting is fundamental and very core to language learning apps. Even if it's generated or synthesized, it's one of the core. It's not so optional. It's not so mandatory in video games. So we have to take into account that when you're also a video game, it's a choice they made. So I think this is a highlighted feature because Erik corralled friends and family who happen to be Japanese native speakers to elaborate on this. And that's above and beyond. That's definitely above and beyond. Like a substantial amount of apps are largely reading dominant, right? Or video games are reading dominant. If not, they also offset costs and resources using generative tools, synthetic voices, because it is a lot of resource for arguably for a language game. It's still somewhat diminished return. I can't, if I had $1 for anytime someone told me, oh, you know, they usually just turn off the audio and read, I'd be like $60. I could pay for 3 copies of So to Speak by now in less than 2 years. Someone would say like, oh yeah, you know, no, I don't speak out loud. Like I don't even need to listen because I'm not repeating anything out loud. So I just skip all the listening sections and speaking sections. Like I just want to read, right? Reading often comes first in the world. Someone recently told me, and here's a little bit more irony here as an anecdote. Someone told me, what's the point of writing and learning how to read? Because I was using Wanikani and Hansuhiro at the time, and the person said, what's the point if the end game is to speak a language? So there are the other fans, so we'll highlight those people as well. And to that end, it's shocking how reading and writing are not considered part of language learning, but more so writing if you're a reader, and speaking if you're a listener. This is, in my opinion, a really interesting topic that I kind of talked about yesterday with Erik about learning, or actually earlier, learning strategies, or becoming an adult and being firm in becoming fossilized in your form of input and output when it comes to learning, right? If you think you can only learn by reading, then that's all you'll do as like a 30-year-old or 40-year-old. If you think you're a writer, like a listener, then you're only going to listen to audiobooks and watch movies with audio, right? This is the fossilization of learning. And why do I find this a little humorous is because this is also how you get to the logic, to the firm logic behind. There's no point in repeating things you know while you're learning a language when it's part of the language that is going to be the most repetitious. It is the major criticism, by the way. It is also one of the major criticisms of Duolingo, which is, and I say it all the time too. Like, man, if I keep typing this sentence over again, I'm gonna eventually make the mistake of gender plural agreements. Like, yeah, I am, and if I'm gonna speak Spanish, I have to stop that at some point, right? Or at least be more consistent. So just because you know something doesn't necessarily mean you can consistently do it. So yeah, you can keep one can keep telling themselves you know until you are inconsistent, until you describe that you're inconsistent. So big point in terms of language learning. Anyway, that's the greatest highlight. And then you probably have been listening for now. Someone comically asked me the other day, where do I extract this wonderful music? Well, music's great. It's not necessarily involved in like a hot, like, I appreciate music, so I want to give a nod out to the music which is playing in the background right now. I actually have the game running in the background to echo through the music. It's courtesy of Eric's brother, apparently. Wonderful music. I like to show nod to music in time. In terms of sound design, I think sound design is serviceable. You know, you have feedback whenever you're like clicking and making errors and whatnot. So, but music, very, very wonderful. Okay, so now it's time to embellish some stuff, right? This is what we have. I'm gonna say another thing, maybe another thing that people like to know is another important thing possibly is the number of words. I think the advertisement was like 600 plus words. Words aren't necessarily bound by JLPT levels. Words tend to be beyond that a little bit because words can become specialized or context specific. So 600 words, take it or leave it. I actually, in my opinion, so let's go here. I think there's, it covers most of the fundamentals that are appropriate for each N5 element, which is something that can be a very attractive thing, right? Have your basic colors for descriptions, and then covering sizes with those words, right? Nagai, right? Mijikai. Covering height, right? Takai and hikui, right? So those things, great, right? In case that's another number. Now I already touched upon a lot of this. Oh, one still got a few things. So what is the output, right? We also have to think about the output. Now you have several ways of output. At least in my opinion, you have several ways. You can use the book. So you're outputting kana in English, right, to search for the terms. You can match, so drag and drop, and then point and click. They might seem like different things. Drag and drop deals with matching. Point and click deals with inputs, like expanding. So those are your forms of actual output, as in what you can do to solve the puzzle, right? Or this to find the meaning is what I'm gonna say. To find the meaning, right? To find the meaning is you use a book. So this would be a typing output. Drag and drop, point and click, and it will enable you to find the meaning, right? This is important because this is probably where we're gonna start. All right. So actually, I guess I would need to expand this a little. So in terms of output, let's go to gameplay loop, right? The gameplay loop, which incorporates the outputs. Now, where am I going here? We're gonna go over here. So the gameplay loop. What time is it? Okay. We'll put it in quotes. For different reason, for a lot of different reasons in a bit. So we'll have gameplay loop. I would say in terms of how the gameplay loops go, you take a point, so you point and click, a feature of interest. And these features of interest have two different things. There's also a little bit of a mechanic that if you hold right click, it would highlight these features. It can highlight all the interactables, right? Highlight interactables. That is a wonderful standard, actually, industry standard when it comes to search and find, point and click things. Having like some sort of like a theme. There's no theme in this one, but like a lot of point and click games have a theme where like, oh, it's your detective senses or something like that. I mean, even hats off to like Rocksteady Games, they use like detective vision, right? In a really complex game like the Arkham series of Batman, where it overlays all the things you can interact with. So there is that here too. So you point and click a feature of interest, which can be these interactables or speech bubbles, right? Speech bubbles. And they serve as basic, in my opinion, like the tools that like the games that would have an exclamation mark, right? Dialogue here, interaction here. So there are speech bubbles, and it's predominant on speech bubbles, as well as there is yellow paint. So you have yellow boxes, like signs. Signs tend to have yellow boxes, and those are what we call the yellow paint, or not we, but it's a convention. So there's the yellow paint. Click on the yellow paint, right? There's an exclamation mark over this person. Click on the exclamation mark on this person. But there's more than that. When it comes to feature of interest, these things that are highlighted are other things too. So these other things outside of these, right? Outside of these tend to be English descriptors. So you have a combination of, you move around with your mouse, click and drag, right? I forgot, and drag, or click and move, right? And you click on a speech bubble. Japanese both either in kana or kanji, right? These will appear in either kana or kanji. And they will be on different tracks. The primary track is the kana and kanji. If it's a kanji, right, the track will be displayed like this, basically. You would have 3 separate tracks. And kanji will be the feature, oftentimes. And the furigana, which is usually presented as a kana on top, right? And then the bottom would be a English dependent explainer. And you can have one of these things or all 3 of these things when it's completed. So you can acquire and line up all 3 of these in a like a panel form. When you're clicking on things, the speech bubble will often come up as a kana or kanji that is voiced. So when the required pronunciations and stuff are acquired, right? So it's kind of a graded experience in a sense. The discovery is you might see the kanji first, but not necessarily hear the kana. You might hear the kana first, but you might not know what the kanji looks like. And then sometimes you might already know the English meaning, so you're looking for something. So it kind of varies, which is kind of lovely. So this is more of a varied order. So the point of entry can be at any of these 3 positions. I personally, so let's say, I like varied order. Largely because in reality, if you're the person, right? Like if Japanese is your target language, in my opinion, this is personal anecdote, I like the ability to enter in any of these 3 positions and then get to the other positions. So when I interact with things, my input is incredibly varied. If someone says to me something and all I can imagine is the kana, then I would like to practice getting from the kana to the kanji and then the kana to English, right? Or even odomaji, then English. That's kind of how my system works. So in no way do I have to rely on a single what I would say series input, or serial input is probably a better phrase. Serial input, right? I'm not looking for serial input most of the time. Basically, you'll get to a point where, and this does happen to me still because of the disproportionate exposure or necessary to command the volume. There's far more kanji than kana. There's the pool of the way kana sounds to the ear is far limited to than the visual complexity of kanji. So it takes a different type of skill set to keep translating between these, or like moving between these. And the nice thing about mixing it up is at some point it'll become very obvious that you have a predominant way of thinking. And in the game, I experienced this, and it's a very common one that I share with a lot of people. So we'll at that is that when you see something entirely in kana, it is hard-ish. Like, it takes time. I'm not gonna even use the word hard because I don't like using the word hard. It takes up more time. Like, I see, like, oh yeah, I can read that, but it is like, is that what? Which word is that? Like, is that kami? Kami? Or is that kami? Like, so it does happen. And for me, when I'm learning a target language, I actually mix it up as much as I can, because I speak English I speak Spanish, or at least I think I speak Spanish to some extent. I can at least describe whatever I know in Japanese in Spanish, and then whatever I know in Japanese in Chinese in my current state. So what I like to do is I would like to know that I can bounce between anything like that's involved in the language. So when someone talks to me like, what is that word that sounds like milk, but it also sounds like English? Oh, milku. Right? And when you start thinking, wait, what's the kanji for milku? That's gyunyu. What does gyunyu, why is gyunyu not milku? Because gyunyu is written in kanji. And when I'm thinking about how do I get from gyunyu, if I'm already thinking about the katakana for milku, to get to the kanji of milk. And all this comes from the person saying English, because language learning, right? So I quite like, I'm not sure if it was intentional. It might be like the discovery process is different. In fact, I also know, I'm pretty sure, I didn't confirm this, but there isn't all, this is incomplete. So kana into kanji is incomplete in this game. Pretty sure. And English as well. So like not all the kanji have furigana attached to them and reads. Not all the kanji or the vocabulary have all the potential meanings of interpretation in English. So that is also a thing which happened, like you're not I don't think at least anyone who's been into, or most people who's been into language learning long enough to understand that expecting comprehensiveness in a product when it comes to a natural language is inconceivable. Like what I mean is, it's very great when you continue to strive for comprehensiveness, as in the completeness, but it requires a lot of resources, and in the long run, even a dictionary is not composed of all the sample context or turn of phrases for each thing, so it's incomplete. Now, not having all the kana for the kanji, that was a little surprising, but I don't think necessarily like that. That's kind of, this might be a excuse, like a being lenient, but oftentimes I don't expect that when you're talking to someone and when you're looking at someone, people even concern themselves with kana. So I think oftentimes that kind of gets propagated. Kanji, if you know the kanji, naturalistically, I guess, holistically, people secondhand the kana anyways. So, but I did hear a few people who are like completionists, right? The video game side of things, the completionists that try to find each of the kana attached to the kanji. And I think they were unsuccessful, not because they missed something, but I think it was, that's how it turned out. I think Erik specifically mentioned that somewhere as a response, like they don't believe that they included kana for each of the kanji, right? At least all the reads and like the voice samples are there though, right? Yeah, that's the first thing you do. So that's step one of the game loop, right? That's the step one of the game loop. So let's start, let's do the next one. So once you get this, you then enter the core like step in which you solve the meaning. This is where you enter the drag and drop state. So you drag and drop. You take what is highlighted and you match it. And usually you match it in any order. Kana, you match the kana, kanji, and meaning, which is often it's in English. In fact, most of the time, 2 of these are sufficient. So kana to English and vice versa, or kanji to English and vice versa. Basically, if you drag the English to match the kanji and or kana, or the other way around, you complete the task of acquiring. So acquiring the logged meaning. That means this appears in your book. In fact, when you click on anything, when you click on any dialogue and stuff, right? That also you acquire a log of that too, right? And I'm specifically, so this is gonna be in pink, I'm specifically saying logged is because this does not mean you learned it. I'm saying this to be very, very clear that you achieved it. When you did this, you achieved the game step or system loop. This is a completion of the mechanic. That does not mean you learned it. Now, or I'm going to be a little bit more clear about this. Let's be a little bit more specific. You got an exposure. So if I'm going to be super loose, yes, you learned it, but that does not translate to retention yet, because you're not sure. You have not been challenged for its retention yet. So the first time you click on something and you drag and drop and you match it, you have technically learned it. The way I strictly use the word learn, like the most liberal way I use learn is your first exposure. Now, learn can be broken into passive and active. In this game, most of the things are by default passive. By default. And it requires an active learning experience to promote retention. And in order to do this, Erik has presented iterations. So this is where this like iteration and combination comes in. Iteration and combination encourages active engagement. And that active engagement is supposed to, in my opinion, come from output. So what I mean by that is, okay, so you clicked on it, you dragged it, you got the mechanic, right? That's great. So now you know that Japanese word A is English word A, right? The next iteration, then you encounter an iteration of it. So your first thought is, okay, I've seen this before. All right, so I'm gonna output A, right, and find Japanese A. Or you remember what it sounds like or other versions, and you put output Japanese A, and then find you output, right, Japanese A. We're gonna go A sub 2, and you use this to find English A1, right? And then they mix together. So that's active participation. It's an active output. You are using something that you have learned, and you actively output something in order to reinforce the retention. That's those are my words that I'm using to illustrate the point. This might be a little bit confusing if you follow other people's use of the word input and output, so I'm trying to be as clear as I can be. So you learn something when you first get exposed to it because it's novel, right? It's an input. No matter what, there was no way you might have learned it in any other way, right? Like these literal things are new to you. Like the connection you are making is literally new, but it's only the Japanese part is new. All the other things are technically outputs. So what I mean by that is he's providing the visuals, the environmental cues and whatnot, but you are outputting the intuition. So like that looks like a refrigerator. That's an output. You know what a refrigerator looks like. And then because the refrigerator looks like a refrigerator, you can make the assertion or the inference that it is. So that is the loop that is creating active learning. So the more you connect with different ways that vocabulary is being used, the more likely you're going to retain it. But you haven't done it in the first loop. Like the first loop is, oh, it's there. Now, how many ways can you see it happen? It could be exactly the same, which does create repetition. Like it could be tedious because it's exactly the same. Like, oh, this is the 14th or 20th time I've seen green flower, right? Hana, you know, hana no midori, or midori no hana. That's one way. Or he tries to swap it up and use it in a different context with different visuals, because they're painted scenes, so there are going to be different visuals. Like, oh, this building looks slightly different. That's another sign. Oh, now there are people in front of the building. Different contexts, right? So a big criticism I have here from other people who think this is tedious or redundant and whatnot, and that it doesn't help you or it's confused in its design, is largely because I think they want the game to be explicit. So one criticism I have oftentimes is this game is implicit almost entirely. And my criticism is more like a rebuttal, I guess, in the defense. It's almost implicit entirely. So what I mean by that is it's not there to explain to you that you need to match A to A. Like, Erik is trying to avoid that in every possible way. And how do I know this to be true? He also firmly expressed that he's avoiding flashcards. Because one of the more common ways to, one of the most popularized way for explicit learning is the use of flashcards. So you look at a word, you don't know it. You flip it to the end, that's the answer. That's explicit information. Like it's completely, entirely explicit, as in there's no way you can get it wrong. When you get it wrong, there's no way you can't correct it. because the answer is explicitly there. Even the point and click English descriptions, like even these English descriptions, does not tell you, oh, these are the words to that sentence. Like, it's not saying, this person says, oh, hey, hana wa kirei desu ne, right? Flowers are pretty, right? Those flowers, or ano hana wa kirei desu ne. That flower over there is very pretty. And you click on the flower and it literally says that flower is pretty in English. That would be the closest possible thing that can get to explicit instruction, but that's not how it goes. He tries to describe the thing in English in various things that you would think about in English. So it's relying on the output. Like, oh, in English, oh, you see some pretty flowers over there. And then these people are like, huh, we should pick up some flowers or something. Because it's not like it can happen where that person happens to be thinking the same way you are, but you're a thinker, right? So when you look at something in the environment, it's like, oh, hey, that's a traffic light. And those other people are like, hey, the light's green. You can infer that that person probably said something about a traffic light, but they probably didn't say, hey, that's a traffic light. They probably said, they could have said something like, oh, I didn't look at the traffic light. But there's similarities between the two. So there was coding. So the way the implicit learning is helped by game mechanic when he streamlined the stuff is yellow paint. Yellow paint helps out a lot. So his hints are yellow paint. Like, here are some keywords in this English. Here are some keywords. So it highlights what you can interact. So there was a lot of easing for implicit game mechanics, right? So yellow paint is available in various places to ease with that. The trade-off is, this is like, if you're talking about learning games, right? Ease mechanics. When you do mechanics like achieving the game steps, the more feature rich this is, right? When features go up and accessibility goes up, right? And I talk about this quite a bit when it came to like Duolingo, how to view Duolingo and all the other apps. When accessibility goes up, active learning goes down. So it's a trade-off. When you're smoothing out and you're creating more aid for very specific things, it also can reduce the potential of someone actively learning. It incentivizes to reduce active learning. Largely, in my opinion, active learning requires effort input. And oftentimes when people play video games, they're talking about efficiency. They think about efficiency to achieve mechanical steps. So if there's a strategy that is far more efficient, they're likely to take that. And when efficiency goes up, effort goes down. If effort goes down, there's a decrease in active learning. So it's a really tough, it's far more complicated question when it comes to the goal of making a learning material. Like, you can beat a puzzle game, and if the goal is to beat a puzzle game, you could learn nothing about the fundamentals of a puzzle game if the game is streamlined enough for you to beat it. What is the most streamlined version of beating a puzzle game? For example, look up the solution. That is the most accessible way to beat a puzzle game. look up the solution, right? You could literally put those solutions, aided on a silver platter, aided with as many arrows as possible pointing to the solution, in order to remove the need to increase efficiency, lower the efforts, and remove active learning. Right? And that is probably one of the core foundations of how I interact with learning apps. I make sure that my effort is consistently in a range that causes me to remain active, learning and practicing at the cost of efficiency. So while I still strive to be efficient, I will continue to increase my efforts to be actively learning. So this is a game of entertainment. So there are different reasons to smooth out the experience. You want it to be entertaining. So that is very well and good. And it's not that you don't want to promote active learning, it's a compromise. The game has to be entertaining enough, feature rich and accessible enough for a larger audience. And it comes at the cost of active learning. The tendency of active learning goes down when things are smooth and easy. And there is one slight consequence of that as well that can happen, but much more rarer. Boredom, tediousness, annoyance. And that occurs when something, you already know Adu, right? I don't need to know Adu. Let's add a feature so you can remove it. So there's less game there. There's less practice, less activity, because you don't have to be. In fact, hear me out. Hear me out. When someone is annoyed and bored, like annoyed, like angry at something being repetitious, it often, they try their best to make it as efficient as possible actively so that it becomes less annoying. However, when it comes to entertainment, the quickest route is to look for the solution or quit. Right? So, because the game is not important. The game is, the game is one thing. You can move on to other things. There's plenty of fish in the sea. But language learning is not. Japan is gonna, Japanese is gonna stay there. Japanese is gonna, there's no property of Japanese that's gonna change with that. If you think Adu is tedious now in a video game, then it will be interesting when you start speaking Japanese and start describing things in Japanese, right? So for now, in a video game, to harness like the entertainment and stuff, yeah, it is very advisable to keep boredom, tedium, and annoyance at bay, and it requires a flex. But I think my personal take on this is when you remove tedium, increase or remove iterations and getting challenging people to be consistent and whatnot, in terms of learning, it also reduces active learning. Duolingo has a significant, in my opinion, significant trade-off for that. Duolingo is made entirely to be accessible, hand-holdy in a sense of like implicit learning, hand-holdy, not explicit learning, because people are going to say like, well, Duolingo doesn't explain anything. It's like, yeah, implicit learning, not explicit learning. So they don't explain grammar to you. You learn by the pattern if you care enough about it, but you're still getting answers right. So you could care less about learning grammar if you're getting the answers right. No? Right? That's what happens in a video game. You can if whatever works still works, you are decentivized to learn a new thing. In my opinion, the larger majority of people who do entertainment, they enjoy it the way they want, as opposed to exploring and inserting more effort to enjoying it in a different way. It's entertainment. Expending more effort that you are already strapped for is tough, right? You're not there to learn, you're there to be entertained. You're there to recuperate effort. So when someone makes a criticism about a language learning game, a telltale sign if that person is thinking this is a game and less of a learning experience is often these words: tedium, effort, and boredom. This stuff is far more common to a person who is not invested in learning, because learning is tedious and potentially annoying and consistent and forever, right? Especially a target language. So when they're playing a video game, that's perfectly fine, because when they go to study, they probably have a different mindset. Like when I'm studying, I'm not doing this. What I'm doing here, all this whatever this jumbled mess here that I'm doing is effortless. I'm not actually learning anything. I'm outputting almost all of my ideas that I've been collecting in my mind when I was playing, so to speak. There is no learning here. So it is effortless. It is tedious and annoying if you think about what I'm doing. I'm writing things that I already know on a piece of paper. I'm explaining the same things I already know to some imaginary person, or maybe Erik, who's interested in this. Maybe anyone who watches this video in the future. It's tedious. It has no reward other than doing it. And then you decide on its reward and its application. Output is, to me, the reward. So not only do I not think that this gameplay loop, the drag and drop and point and click, is not tedious, it was my favorite part. I absolutely love it when I did the one thing that is the third step that you can rely on, which is your other form of output. Use the book. So the last step is often, this is in a specific order. The last step is book, for filler. So you fill in, you take the book. I need an adu. Type in adu in the book, drag the adu down, match it. I need something that sounds like this. How about I just type de and match any of the de to it, right? Book filler, right? And how you interact with book filler is wildly different. And I will share mine in a bit. But what can the book do for filler? It takes a type input or an output, right? And then your hands and your keyboard, you type in the filler. And the filler creates the most complex use of this game. In fact, it might be able to produce some soft locks. But the idea is you can take any phrase in the entire log that you've logged by pointing and clicking and dragging and dropping. Your book will have it, and you can search it and you can fill it in. And what it can do is it can lead to the last and final step: guess and check. In fact, I might even say not even guess and check. For most people, it's more like a combination testing. Because in my opinion, this game is streamlined. Maybe not intentionally, but it's streamlined in a way that there are only limited combinations. So it is possible to do 1 2 2 1, and then if there's 3, you can do 2 1 3, then 3 2 1. You can do all those combinations very rapidly enough that regardless of if you learned or you're guessing, because when I say guess and check, I'm talking about educated guessing. Educated guessing is an active process. Combination testing is a mechanical process. You know, like cue those like code crackers, right? What is the combination to this lock? Well, you could test one number against all the other numbers and then keep switching until you brute force, right? This would be considered the brute force method. And this is where it works to Erik's detriment, right? And I think the streamlining thing is more from a pragmatic standpoint, that there's limited resources as well. Right? You can inundate the complexity of the content to the point where you can't rely on brute force. It would incentivize educated guessing and checking. However, since it's so streamlined and there's lots of features and accessibility already implemented, like yellow paint, for example, like yellow paint, speech bubbles, even an entire reference book that can cater to both English and Kana. It's very easily done with either guess and check or process of elimination. Oh, I forgot about that too. You can also use process of elimination. And these are like more of the lower, like the mechanical fundamentals of like test taking and video game design. Like cue the times when someone plays Resident Evil, like they love Resident Evil games, and they look at this puzzle and they're like, huh, well, there are a lot of clues for this, implicit clues, right? Implicit clues, but I already know like one number. Let's just guess what the last two numbers. There's only 6 digits, so sure. Or like you find 2 numbers and you guess on the 3rd number, right? That is combining process of elimination, combination testing, with educated checking, right? So it is a different skill set. Is it a skill set for learning language? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not, in my opinion. This here, right here, is not a form of active language learning. It is, though, an incredibly efficient way to beat a streamlined puzzle game. So, which one, which end are you, right? You ask yourself. So when I was reading like some of the reviews, there are a lot of keywords that emphasize certain things, and the ones that emphasize particular things that line up with a language learner tends to fill those patterns. The ones that line up with a puzzle gamer or completionist lines up with those, and occasionally you get like a mix of both. But I think the vast majority of people treat this game with the behavioral expectation that they're trying to acquire the meta language, the actual content that is beyond the game's mechanic, right? And sometimes making a game incredibly accessible removes the need to challenge the understanding of the meta language. You can play Portal without understanding anything about its, well, actually you really can't. So Portal, for example, there are certain levels where you just guess and check, just throw them and it works implicitly, right? And then there, it will eventually get to a point where you have to actually understand what does the blue paint and the orange paint do. Otherwise, you can eventually test it on every single surface and come up with a solution. However, it has become so de-emphasized, like de-incentivized. The brute force combinatorial method was so inefficient to the extent that this person prefer to invest in learning the underlying system, or the higher system, I suppose, in this case, than using combinatorial brute force, right? So in this way, if I had to talk about like my personal anecdote about learning, especially in this game, lowering that more will likely reduce and welcome even less retention and learning in the game. Now, it will increase, though, in exchange, it would increase the number of people who would want to play the game, because it will also include people who don't want to learn Japanese but just wants to cozy on through a puzzle game and maybe pick up a word or two, right? But it would be entirely up to them. So that is like one of the fundamentals, like trade-offs that after using a year and a half of language learning apps, they trade this off all the time. You can have Duolingo, which is incredibly habit forming, incredibly engaging. You can yell at each other, you can thumbs up, fire, and all that stuff, and have incredibly self-reliant retention reliability, which is non-existent in my opinion in this day and age, because people must be forced or incentivized to be disciplined enough to actively be engaged in learning. When you're getting on your phone and saying, oh yeah, I have to do my streak right now, hang on, done, streak preserved, that is not active learning for the language. That is active learning to maintain your streak. You are maintaining the mechanics of the game. It requires less effort, it is faster, and you don't need to worry about it because you get reminded about it. Do you get reminded about what did you learn yesterday? Like, do you get up in the morning and say, oh, what did I learn on Duolingo yesterday, without getting on Duolingo? Right? When someone finishes this game, they could easily have learned, if someone wanted to brute force, which there was a person, this is all based on one person's criticism actually, so take it with a grain of salt. This person could get through the entire game using the last step. In my opinion, my last step. Actually, yes, the very last step, the guess and check, the brute forcing. I actually did not end up doing that the entire game through. So it would be my last step if it was resorted to that. Combination testing and hoping that I learned something from the game. I think that person, if I had to challenge that person blindly to recall things, I would say they would pale in comparison to someone who didn't do that and thought that the game was too tedious. So what you did was to find the fastest mechanical loop to beating a game and not learning its rules. That requires talent too, by the way. I'm not saying it's not of merit. It's actually quite impressive to learn something and do something successfully without knowing any of the rules. It is quite remarkable. Now, it is proportionate that remarkability and extraordinary case is proportional to how much the system push and punishes you for not knowing what it is, right? So for example, someone could have an incredibly sloppy form in running, but they can still be very, very fast if they manage. Would they benefit from having the, taking some pointers from other people who have form? Well, if they're the fastest that they know of, they don't have to fix that form. They could be the person that's right? That can happen. Talent, genius, coincidences can happen. In a language, that's like thinking you know Japanese by knowing the vocabulary in the game, as opposed to like conversing with someone and whatnot. So it's both, it's both. It's a combination of both. Aspirations, hard work, brute forcing, righteous indignation, combined with the ability to understand, empathize, and learn underlying rules. It's both. The whole thing is all of the above. But in this day and age, voluntary things like learning a target language that you don't have to learn also makes your criticism of what it's for and who it's for and how people can learn language, it automatically, in my opinion, with all due respect, disqualifies you from making that kind of comment. If I asked you, do you even care about learning Japanese? And if the answer is no, which they could deny and say, oh, I want to learn Japanese, then would a Japanese language learner likely say, oh, I'm just going to brute force through a game because I don't care, because that will be the fastest way for me to learn Japanese? I would say no, but that person can still double down. In this case, whatever that person written, whatever their criticisms are, it comes to me as someone who likes to beat games, get achievements, and take the least road of resistance to breaking a game because they can. So if you can cheat a game and exploit a game, and there's no rules stopping you from doing so, what's the harm? That is, in my opinion, a type of person that would say that this game is confused and does not have any incentive to teaching people Japanese. In my opinion, like you would have to be quite extreme to even insinuate that, and also trivialize and attack the developer's character and intent, which happened for many of these games, by the way. Shashinko, Wagotabi, and so to speak, have those individuals who attack the motivations of the developer while spewing, in my opinion, a lot of things that tell me they just want to play a game. And that's fine. I don't see why it's necessary to think that you can speak for others when you clearly don't have the same motivation as others. Not only do that, you're incapable of empathizing with others. Like when someone says, oh, this is incredibly tedious and annoying and it's not necessary, how could this be helping any other person learn Japanese? I'm one of them. So no, you're wrong, because you're speaking for people that you don't understand. So perhaps a bit of like humble, sobering lesson here, in my opinion, is speak for yourself and then try to be conservative and do what I'm going to do next, which is to try to understand other people's perspective. So we're going to move on to our last bit, which is the most controversial bit, and it's already becoming like pretty controversial now. And what color do I use for this? Orange, right? And this is trying to take everything else. So I've shared enough about my personal anecdotes. Now I'm going to try to get into some of the criticisms that I can see from a different perspective, right? And I think we're going to use two different colors here. So we're going to use So first off, we're gonna do the gamer in this color. The gamer, especially the puzzle gamer. So these are on spectrums, right? We're taking profiles. Profiles are associated behavioral patterns that do not represent an actual person. It represents an ideal case of associated behavior. So if you have some qualities of a puzzle gamer, then only those qualities might be somewhat informative to consider. It does not describe an actual person, right? So these are profiles. So one of the profile that this game may attract, in my opinion, would be someone who's interested in playing a game that happens to be a puzzle game that deals with learning something, which in this case happens to be Japanese, right? So when we think about the industry standards of puzzle games, one of the downsides of this is too repetitive. Iteration and combinatory type of things are fluff most of the time. So when you're thinking about a puzzle game, oftentimes the puzzle mechanic dynamically switches consistently in a regular fashion so that it does not become repetitive. So like Portal, you might have some foundational ability like jump and whatnot, but the rules of the game, the major arcing rules of the game constantly switches, which creates a dynamic of challenge. Now, this isn't necessarily compatible with language learning in some ways, but there are ways to go about making it compatible, like trying to build up, right? You take the parts and you build up. So Wanikani and Hanzahiro has a leg up on this. They make it so that without the foundations, you cannot ascend to a higher level. So video games that structure building blocks and then making like a bottom-up approach like this, like a pyramid, is far more receptive to a puzzle gamer or a gamer in general. You learn all this stuff in the bottom and you dispense with them. Then you tackle the things at the top and you dispense with them and you tackle at the top. And at the very top, everything will be functioning on its all cylinders, right? That's not how this game is structured. It's iterative and combinatorial. So what happens is it feels like it's a very steady, like a really flat line. And it's very evident in its gameplay loop. So its gameplay loop is repetitive. And it will be inherently repetitive for some of the things I said about language learning. That is a requirement. It's one of those like conflict. It's a conflict of interest when it comes to the fundamentals of language. Language is inherently repetitive and iterative and combinatorial. Unfortunately, the way this game is designed is point-and-click adventure games. It would be more closer to point-and-click adventure games. And in point-and-click adventure games, the gameplay loop is inherently repetitive. However, the rules and the context is consistently dynamic. It's constantly changing to a new form, a new environment, a new story, a new obstacle, while the gameplay loop stays static. Like you're pointing and clicking, sure, it's excusable if the content is dynamic. But language learning, you can't make up rules for Japanese. Like you can introduce more and more rules of Japanese over time, and that's kind of the soft thing to address this, right? Erik does do that to some extent. There are themes, right? Here's the themes to try to combat it. You learn about weather, you learn about position, you learn about color. So those things actually got thumbs up. Those things are the things that weren't being criticized by the gamer puzzler person. They weren't criticized because it follows the trend of constantly introducing new information. Unfortunately, in my opinion, that information does not interact with the gameplay loop. So then the gameplay loop stays repetitive, right? The act of doing the thing is still the same. And then the criticism from the competitive, like the gamer puzzle person, is any repeating elements are tedious because they have already acquired that knowledge. So if color comes up again, if color comes up now, color better come up in a different form of mechanical loop, or else it's repetitive. It's not necessary. I don't need to say green again. It's clearly green. It should autofill itself, right? That's why this bottom-up approach is great, because you can filter and say, okay, so we'll autocomplete Adu, then we'll autocomplete more things. And at the top of the level, you're doing the most complex things and still discovering new mechanics while also filtering out all the redundancies. That is the puzzle gamer. And in my opinion, if I had to do a puzzle game, it's not about learning. So, not about learning the rules per se. It's more about beating the game as fast as possible. And if you learn something in the process, bonus for learning something. It's very inherent. It has to be engaging. Right? So engaging types of reinforcement and repetition is inherently going to be viewed as negative for a gaming puzzle perspective, because repeating things is fluff. Repeating things is reusing assets. Repeating things is reusing vocabulary. Repeating is using the same things you practice already and you already conquered it. A puzzle game is engaged by completing things. Now, there are ways to do this though. I'll add a little pink regard to, oh no, I hit the, dang it. Yeah, that's fine. There are things to offset this, and that's endurance gaming. So you could make a light thing and make endurance trials. So one soft way to challenge someone is create endless loops. Endless loops, like match vocabulary until time runs out. Match statements until you get 3 wrong. So the way to go about this are mini games. So as a quick counter, like a design choice that can offset a gamer in people, create endless loops with time trials and whatnot. And that Wagotabi has addressed quite a bit, and still there's a lot of demand and things for that type of thing, and it can achieve the same form of reinforcement and repetition. So in terms of indie development, right, in terms of indie game development, an add-on mode or feature is often some sort of randomizer, and or conditional toggles and stuff that makes things challenging. For example, so to speak, could say play the game again but remove all the English. So basically, whenever you click on that flower that used to say this flower is English, or like English where this flower is green, right? It will no longer respond. All of those things are no longer interactive. What's another thing to address? No yellow paint, right? So then it becomes a point and discover thing. You can say, okay, let's add more accessibility, but also let's add more difficulty spikes, right? So an alternative, you know what? We'll write this in a different color. So all the rebuttals, I am gonna use a different color for myself. Maybe like slight suggestions or inspirations from others. So we're gonna use yellow. Personal inspirations from my personal inspirations from, I don't know, gaming or learning, etc., right? One of them, and I'm mainly focusing on criticisms here, I don't necessarily think you probably can put together all the positives when it comes to the puzzle aspect. Let's see. So here, for engagement and completion, oftentimes it's in endless mode. Something that tends to be endless and random. That someone's bound to ask that. Oh, hey, can you like just make it cycle through the thing and we just complete it as fast as possible, right? That tends to be a way to, okay, I don't have reinforcement in this game. It's incredibly streamlined. So at the end, here's your reinforcement. And we already know that it wouldn't be in the form of flashcards, but typically flashcards is a very cheap and like a cheap, inexpensive way to get a lot of value, right? And I already had commentary from Erik that he wants to stay away from flashcards, but he could cycle endless modes in a different way, like select random subchapters from the game and constantly iterate on random subchapters over and over again. Alternatively, so oftentimes in order to create more dynamic challenges, you can grade this stuff. So the most straightforward way would probably be to give the toggle for dialogue boxes or paints, yellow paints. So remove guidance, right? Remove guidance, and now it becomes you look for things, right? Or progressively do it, right? English disappears as you don't need to know the English anymore. So you can remove an aspects like, no, not about learning, about the rules, right? So then remove the rules. Remove what is learned. And what I mean by that is whenever they have to match the thing that they learned, remove any aid for it. And you could do that by not providing any sliders for it. And what you would do, let's say with a thing that already happened, is enforce books, enforce the book use. Now you have to type the kana or search for the exact thing you're looking for. I am not providing that, for example. Like, you're, as a dev, you're like, no, I am not providing that. Go find it in your log, right? It's in your log. Do you remember? If not, go play the previous chapter. Or you can do it in a separate mode. So you can have it entirely in a separate mode, where it's like replay the game again, but now you're bound to the book. So you have everything in your book now. Call it like a new game plus, right? The new game plus system. Now you have all the knowledge. You've collected all the knowledge in your book. Play the game again, and now as a feature, and then you attach like a completionist, right? This is about completing the game. If you want to acquire to the gamer, like appease the gamer, attach an achievement to it, which I'm sure someone had already asked, hey, is there achievement for no romaji, or achievement mean take things away and do it again? And this time it will force the person to understand how little or a lot or even average their understanding of the rules are. You take away the handles, so you play the game again. You're not generating any new assets, you're taking away assets. So as a way to introduce accessibility, right? Accessibility, you can add the accessibility and also take them away, and you progressively take them away. And that is one way that indie devs get so much mileage over what they create, especially roguelike games. Roguelike games are so fantastic in their design because there is a proportionally less amount of material and original concept and asset that they have to generate in order to create the expectation of incredible high replayability, retention, and repetition. Roguelike games are not tedious and annoying to those people who like those games because it requires that repetition and tedium to appreciate the nuances of how tight the system is, how streamlined the system is. So, in fact, I would even argue to get the more gamery people to actually actively learn something is to take away and force even more obtuse things, or take away their ability to circumvent what they think is obtuse, right? Who has done this really well? Roguelike games. Darkest Dungeon did this. And it born a genre of its own. When you think of things, at first the game seems utterly and unnecessarily impossible to do. And yet, little by little, with the increased knowledge and a light reset progression system to imitate legacy skill between runs, they are able to do something that they once thought was very, very difficult to nearly 99% always win, right? That is kind of turning the gamery thing on its head. And there is a game that I saw that was going to do this, but it hasn't been released yet. So, and it deals with Japanese learning, but it deals with a concept that is like much more rudimentary than so to speak. But my thought was, yeah, in fact, I would say if you're going to add more assistance, give also the option to turn it all off, and then attach a task to it, and then see if that same person would complain about being too obtuse. Because if it is, then that, in my opinion, confirms the idea that they prefer to beat games at low effort than beat games because the game demands your attention. So right now, it's, in my opinion, unfortunately the sample size is too small, but the one criticism that is very sticking out is a consequence of taking things for granted. I it is very difficult for me to believe that that person actually learned Japanese going about doing it that way, or retained anything from the game. And in my opinion, it can be an exercise in diminished return when you're trying to cater to that one person. And alternatively, you can do that, one can do that and also raise the level of challenge by taking away all your assistance. Now, it's not like people can complain because they can add it back, right? So my thought was, when I was talking with Erik yesterday, like I was talking about the hint system, right? To achieve the hint system, that's our next perspective that we're going to take. But instead, I was thinking, okay, so those people who think things are annoying, tedious, annoying, repetitious, like they know this stuff, prove it. Prove that you don't need it to be auto-completed. So how do you do that? Well, you could make them type it. So like all the stuff that you say that you don't need, like you don't need to be reminded with aru and iru and ni and ka and stuff. If you make it part of the gameplay loop, well, they'll know if they need it or not. In fact, I drop a lot of particles to this day, and I spend like 4 hours to 8 hours on average typing ni and stuff all the time. Ni, wa, ka, ga, like over and over again, and I still occasionally drop the stuff. So if a game stops doing that for you, instead of doing it for you, it'll be interesting. It's just a minor thought, right? How do they know they don't need, like, if you provide and say, oh, do you want it to just autocomplete? It's like, how about it just doesn't complete it for you at all, and see if you can prove to yourself that you don't need that reinforcement. When I ask someone to type a cogent 1,000 word essay in English to me on the internet, like if I ask someone randomly, can you type a 1,000 word defense for the reductive nature of the English language, and I get to read it, I think that exercise will be incredibly telling to that person that their English is not as well practiced as they might think anymore. So when it comes to education and learning, I think having things done more for you, again, leads to less active learning. It becomes more and more passive. So from a gaming perspective, I think whatever you're doing to smooth, like whenever I think about a developer's standpoint, whatever you're doing to smooth the learning curve, also make it an option to remove the smoothing, because now you're doubling the people, you're doubling the reach and the output. So whenever I hear like accessibility stuff, it's always an on and off toggle. It's like, here's the default setting. Oh, here's an even greater one. Some games, there are wonderful games that use this as a scoring factor, right? And this is coming from roguelike games. So like a scoring factor where your toggles, your features, affect your score multiplier. Then you add a ceremonious leaderboard, right? A leaderboard. And what happens then is now you're incentivizing people who are gamers, and also people who are learning, or gamers who learn to beat games, you're incentivizing, okay, so how many features can I turn off to do this? Like, okay, one toggle is to add a timer to the speed run, for example. Like, I'm not saying to speed run, so to speak, but actually you can probably do that. You add like a timer. It's like, okay, so now every time you click on a speech bubble, you have a minute or less to figure out what's the fastest way to answer that question. And sometimes brute force is not the fastest way. Now, they can still circumvent it by saying, okay, but this is the pattern, so we'll just do this pattern. But they'll be engaged. So because of the timer, they would have another form of engagement. It's still, in my opinion, a win-win. And that's one of the ways. Like, do you want to play this game without yellow paint? So basically, all your things that you highlight in yellow, they disappear. It's gone. So to speak, uses a yellow panel to list everything. So it can be as cozy as you want it, but also just very unexpectedly hardcore. And I think that's possible with a game like this. It can be unexpectedly hardcore and also incredibly cozy. Wagotabi has implemented most of its features in order to ease and increase the level of interactivity. So like, for example, one of the major criticisms was the rivals had timer. So they added an accessibility feature to remove the timer. Now, that becomes oh, do you want to do this hard? But they didn't like further pressure it by adding extra benefits for it. Like their minigame, the Kana minigame, has a higher score multiplier when you include all the pools of the Kana as opposed to very specific pools of Kana. So most of these things get graded all the time based on the score multiplier. So these are things that I would say may appeal to the gamer, the puzzle person who secondarily learn, maybe they're hoping to learn some Japanese, perhaps. As far as I am concerned, it's funny, the irony here is this person, or that person that's most critical, happened to be the one that actually raised actual Japanese related criticisms in their review. So if there's anything, that annoyance, that tedium, that righteous indignation that they had, actually, they probably learned a lot of Japanese from that. Like, they looked into and nitpicked the Japanese that was in Erik's design. So in a way, the irony here is what was tedious and annoying that they had to circumvent, they became more they exercised their ingenuity to do that. Now, as a developer, I feel you have the opportunity to incentivize tying more of their arms, tying more and restricting their ability. All right, now you can only use a fixed amount of information. Do you want even less information? Do you want me to take away what you have to click, for example? So those things can be very gamery in both ways. It can be as easy as you want, compartmentalized, and it can be as hard as you want. And oftentimes, when you attach accomplishments to it, you can motivate people in such a interesting way. Duolingo clearly knows how to motivate people to get on their platform, right? What they use that motivation to do has come with mixed results because of how strongly they're able to motivate. I think having lots of people willing to want to play your video game is definitely first and foremost the most pragmatic thing to do. And at the same time, one cannot underestimate the profound use of people who can elevate their attachment to a game and then encouraging others to want to play the game, right? So getting results for language learning may imply more target audience for language learning. So oftentimes people who are very interested in something, they're very serious about it. In this case, for me, I'm gonna sound like a stereotypical serious guy, I suppose, at this point. Removing the guardrails and removing the training wheels, and then having the person discover, yes, if they need the iteration or not, would be a much more pragmatic way to demonstrate if that person actually knows, if it's tedious because they know it. I suffer a lot from the imposter syndrome a lot of times. I think if I had an opportunity to continue to revisit all my stuff, I'll do it because it should be effortless. If I know this stuff and I'm telling myself this stuff is not worth my time, then it should be really easy, right? So rather than saying it is a waste of my time, let's try to see how much time it actually does take up. Because knowing things and being well practiced in things are two different things. You know things, like for example, you might know how to drive a car, but does that change the nature of the car being tedious? And then how well you drive the car. It would be great to know that. I know this game is supposed to be very cozy, so we're catering to some extreme measures to address the gamer profile, right? Now to wrap this up, right, a little bit before we go into the review cycle, I have one last thought, and it was discussed yesterday, and we're gonna use green for this because green is very appropriate. So we need a target audience. Clearly the gamer puzzle Japanese person is like a low-hanging fruit profile. The other profile is a from zero language learner, or let's just say Japanese enthusiast and prospective language learner to be, right? From zero Japanese enthusiasts. Now, I did mention some of this. So, one of the things that have been addressed is that the book may be poorly organized, right? Organization. Is lacking. So, why do I say this? A from zero Japanese enthusiast is fairly unlikely to be your Minecraft kid, your Fortnite kid, your first-person shooter kid. It's more for those who consciously decided, hey, if I'm gonna play a video game, I might as well learn something else. So they are typically going to choose voluntarily to learn something. And when they choose to voluntarily learn, like, that's one of the target audience. You want to learn Japanese, and it's coming from a perspective like, I want to start learning Japanese. And the first thing is that then there's a lower limit for their age group. So it is often of a more mature mind. And I'm not saying mature in a good way or a bad way, just a mature mind. The reason why I'm saying a matured mind is they require structure. I already talked about the dualities between like adult thinking or mature thinking, and younger youth thinking. And oftentimes when you get older, you start to structure. There's a lot of structure, a lot of discipline that can be either create conflicts of interest, like, oh, my schedule is like this game's schedule is this, so I'm incompatible with it. So they become a lot more particular, right? And oftentimes this benefits from introducing structure or organization. So the older you get, the more likely you're like, maybe I should pick up a grammar book first, learn a little bit about that first before I like dive into vocabulary and stuff. Or maybe I should learn all my kana first before diving into, like, you're not synthesizing willy-nilly stuff all the time because you only have a certain amount of time. So that's the mature mind oftentimes. And this game will likely continue to target older kids. So 18 plus kids that have a voluntary and monetary ability to say, I want to learn Japanese and I might as well do it by buying a video game. So that's likely the other group of people, even more so likely than the puzzle gamer who has a side interest in Japanese. This one requires organization. And one thing that other apps do a lot is organization. What does that look like? Stats. A dictionary. Implement. Spreadsheets. It's not this insane, but I'm trying to like give examples, right? But what's feasible in this game is an organization of the concepts, and there is some in the dictionary thing. They're organized by their English meaning. Sometimes, like if you type can, all the can things come up, but it's not very accessible to this. And things aren't connected outside of the overall theme, which is what Duolingo struggles with, right? But Duolingo has got, at least for me, I've gotten some reprieve because at least kanji is sorted into somewhere else, and then that kanji is sorted into new and old, and so there's ways to visualize things, right? So for example, here are all the verbs, here are all the common predicates, and it will alleviate some of the tedium and possibly even elevate some of the active learning. So this is a person that's coming into Japanese, right? And you want to leverage the adultness, the maturity of the thing. So having a separate palette, like a reference thing, where like, okay, here's more descriptors. These are all adjectives. Now, this doesn't quite blend as well to, so to speak, but it's a exercise in what the game is not part of the vision of the game, right? So I'm not saying that you should do all of these things or this game should have all of these things. It's to illustrate what is not there and what is there by looking at the different perspectives from other people. So what is not there is organization. Because in context, when you're doing heritage speaking and you're going out to Japan and you're overhearing things, you're not sorting out immediately right away, okay, that person just said like 4 adjectives. What were those adjectives? Right? But you're still intuiting that to some extent. A mature mind, when you're coming from 0, some of the criticisms you'll have or requests for features would be, hey, can we get all the adjectives arranged somewhere? Like a summary page of each of the once you complete the chapter, like in chapter 1, it would have a categorized summary page. Here are all the nouns, here are all the adjectives, here are all the predicates, right? That type of form of organization creates a higher level of efficiency and connection. This increases active learning, and it may promote mnemonic development. And at minimum, Duolingo does this by interchanging over and over again. I mean, it's not the greatest for most people, but it creates association. So when you have like an 18-year-old who first starts off with their language learning, oftentimes they're probably from a formal education background, probably have some formal education background, and oftentimes to lean into more context-specific learning, it is also reinforced by organization, right? You create webs like, oh, all of these are colors. What are all the colors? Well, at a point-by-point basis, you discovered red, you discovered blue, you discovered green. But mechanically in the game, you're only using green when you need to use green. You're only using blue when you only need to use blue. When it comes to the earlier days of things, organization can create a natural association with each other. If you think red, you can think blue. If you think blue, you can think green. So you can get akai, aoi, and midori, and kiiroi, and chairo all together when you literally see it in a game, right? You know, and you can have aru with iru, right? Because they're related in some way. You know, kaku, all the kakus, the aku, shimeru with aku, right? That kind of thing goes, would be something that would probably be a classical criticism coming from a From Zero Japanese enthusiast, because structure and organization can create clarity as opposed to obscurity, right? Like being obtuse and whatnot. So that's one thing that I can say the book can probably do. I don't know how difficult it would be to implement like another section, and or adding like a note like coloring, like for example, color all the adjectives, color all the nouns in a different color, like the text, change the text color. So whenever you see a red color, right, when it's not relating to color, but when you see a word that's highlighted in red, you're thinking adjective, right? Wanikani in Hanzuhiro does this already, where when you see purple, you're thinking about a vocabulary word. When you're thinking red, you're thinking about a kanji. So there's a lot of elements of ways to organize without literally having it splayed out, right? Those are abstractions. I think adults and growing adults, when their intellectual ability matures quite a bit, they have second level metacognition in a way that you can associate things, you can establish new associations without it being literally the thing. So if a noun is always orange, that provides far more context clues over time in a game mechanic situation, but also in a functional way that can also be achieved in like a list somewhere, a dictionary, like here are all the nouns, right? So that's kind of one of the things that go into game mechanics that isn't the same as yellow paint. It's not the same as yellow paint, right? In fact, yellow paint is really great for the From Zero thing. This is probably a plus for From Zero thing, and a plus here, right? Cozy accessibility functions, accessibility like this, are plus from Zero Japanese language learning perspective. Where else could I see? From Zero, oftentimes, now this also goes into advanced level, but From Zero, this is often acceptable. But often there's also a curriculum, again, it deals with organization and construct. It's like, well, what does this mean? Right? And that can be something that would need some context, which I don't know. I think that goes beyond the scope, but it would be a criticism like, oh, are these words useful or something? And another thing for From Zero is definitely anything that creates active learning. So oftentimes active learning would also require output, right? And one of the criticisms can come up is there's not enough output. For a game. In terms of Japanese. So that would be something like, can we get more mini games? And this is where it kind of lines up with, or not really mini games, but is there a way to like write? Which again, this is beyond the scope of this game. Write, or some like they probably ask flashcards. An alternative ways are reinforcement, right? And this is where the tug and pull happens, right? And reinforcement often deals with repetition. And repetition deals with structure. Once again. So oftentimes, some of the earlier things is I need structure. I need something to incentivize myself to be more consistent. And then how many different ways can I continue to output after learning, you know, the input stuff. Please, and in my opinion, I would go as far as say, please, I need more repetition and reinforcement. Make it repetitious reinforcement, because that's what I need, right? One thing that I would say as a response to this stuff is this game is cozy and it's for a completion standpoint, right? So to speak, is for completion. So that's beyond the scope. It's beyond the scope of this. But one of a way would be some form of self-assessment. And oftentimes, a game way to do it is, once again, toggle hard mode. Right? Toggle hard mode. And what does that look like? It can look like many things. Oftentimes people think, oh, we'll just add things or scale up things. You can take away all, again, this lines up with the gamer thing. So you might be able to take out two birds with one stone here, where self-assessment can be removing aid. So you could remove yellow paint, you can remove the speech bubble, and you can remove certain accessibility functions to allow these guys to self-assess, right? How much do you actually remember? Or you can tack on an ending where that's what Shashinko did, for example. Use a fine mode and an endless. It's technically endless because you can just keep doing it over and over again. You do a fine mode and remove, give you as many features to remove as many of the aided stuff, like, okay, only read, only write, or only hear, like, and this many, etc. Right? That's how I would say can offset. Okay, well, how much is too much repetition at the cost of the last group, which is the group that I was writing as personally. I saved this last group because it's not that dissimilar from my perspective, which is what I think I represent. The post N5 group or plus. And then I would say some more, but when it comes to the target audience, most of my remarks might come from a post N5 group outside of the hot takes that I had. Like, realities of life, tedium. Most of the stuff I would say lines up with the post N5 group, as in I'm playing this game to practice. So the question is all of this a new way to practice? Right? And it usually is. The answer is a resounding yes. I think the vast majority of the target audience that ended up picking up Erik's game are people who are in their post N5, if not somewhat like N4, end of N4, who wanted another way to interact and reinforce what they know in N5. And one thing that is remarkably not spoken of, or for example, for me personally, one thing that I found is my gameplay loop was a very slightly nuancedly different. I point and click the first thing I see because of yellow paint and like a bubble. Then I don't drag and drop. I skip drag and drop. And first I type into the book. Now you can't do this right off the bat. So initially you drag and drop to get it logged. And after it is logged, I predominantly used my kana and my eye recognition to try to look for the exact thing. And I drag from my book to solve the solution. The reason why I did this is because I needed, which the game did not provide. That's perfectly fair, because I don't necessarily, I also agree with most of the N5 plus peeps that this is not the target audience. However, it's probably more than 30, like it's probably close to a majority is the audience. And then this is a close second. So I think these two groups are somewhat equal a bit. But this one is slightly in the majority. And then these are in the minority for sure. So when you have the majority of people who are N5 plus, the first thing they think about is, this is another way to interact with the things I know. So all of this entire game is output outside of its gameplay loop. And the stuff you provide here, this is input, but learning the Japanese and stuff is output. You're gaining things that you already know, but it's embellishing the things you already know. And so most of the sentiments are very positive because it is another form of output. You're practicing what you know. And then occasionally you get reminded of reinforcement from the input. From time to time, I have forgotten things. So there, I would say maybe 3 instances I forgot something, and then 3 instances I didn't know it was novel. Out of all the according to that one guy who was very, very upset, even though we literally do something 2,000 times or 1,000 times in a row, I encountered maybe 3 novel situations and 3 instances where I was reminded of something that I should have known. So in most cases, that's a very accepted thing, because it is accepted that the reality of language learning in the long term is to find as many ways to be enthusiastic and engaging and consistent about language learning. So effectively, the nice thing, one of the glowing examples, your biggest, in my opinion, one of the biggest backers of these games are not necessarily people who are trying to learn things from the game. So like puzzles and from Japanese stuff. They're usually the people who already know most of the stuff and using them for practice, right? So if I had to take a hot take, sometimes implementing replayability, right? Replayability tends to cater to this group and also affect from 0. While at the same time, which unfortunately is one of the things that I raise concern about, the last thing is usually content. And that's where I feel in the long duration of things, having a small production group or even an indie dev, it's very a big obstacle that they have to overcome, because content and replayability are kind of linked together. How modular can your content be replayed, which that deals with elements of flashcards or repetition or endless modes or reiterating on it. And I think Erik has done a great job making it one streamline thing. And then the ones that are still N5 plus and whatnot, they would come back again every once in a while. It's like, yeah, you know, I need to brush up on my foundations again. It's been what, 5 months since I've done some of this. What's a fun way to do it? Oh, let's just play, so to speak, over again. So they come back. But when they come back in the next 6 months, the question is, did the developer seize the opportunity to make more? Or add feature sets that gives it longevity? And Wagotabi, for example, is doing just that. I don't think Shashinko is. But Shashinko instead is expanding to more audiences. So they're doing an expansion to reach their audience. So if English speakers are a big group that's interested in Japanese, what's the next big group? Spanish is a really big group, right? And then what's more bigger than that? Portuguese, especially Brazilian, right? Brazilian Portuguese. So there are different ways to expand to sustain your future projects. For me, obviously, I lean on Wagotabi because their mission statement and they have a bigger team and whatnot. It would be I'm very interested to see how, I think overall, giving these people, at least in my opinion, very positive motivation, it also means that they will continue to make things, right? And make things is great. I seldomly rely on trying to be overtly negative, but more about making it work. So if I do have a gripe, the first thing I would think about is, how do I rationalize it? And then how do I suggest something? Or if I don't have a connection with the developer and stuff, how do I make it more enjoyable and functional to me? I would not be surprised in another 6 months we're going to have this discussion, and I will be doing something very similar to this and talking about all the changes since then. Again, I revisit Wagotabi every 6 months because they update on average every month. I'm still holding out for Shashinko, right? For Shashinko, I did something even crazier. I attempted to recall all of the vocabulary, and I only got through halfway in my early stages, right? In my early stages, I tried to recall all the vocabulary from memory and write all of them day in and day out, to add a feature that doesn't exist in Shashinko. So I made myself work harder with the stuff they provided. And it is definitely up to the developer to decide if that's within their scope of interest. But if something is not replayable to me, I try to make it replayable for me. So I engage in the language as much as I can. So maybe if I come back in 6 months and, so to speak, didn't change at all, and someone says, hey, do you want to play, like, can I see another playthrough, so to speak? How did it change? I'd probably go through and use exactly what I did, what I suggested. I would use the book and only use exclusively the book to fill in all the answers. I love doing that. So if I were to play it again, since all of the things stay unlocked, right? Just play through all the chapters. Enter every single entry. Like, in fact, I think the book captures the entire phrase, the entire sentence. So you can click on a chat bubble and you can type the entire sentence. Just type the entire sentence. Use Romaji, right? It would be awesome if the Romaji took inputs for Windows IEM. So then you can type in kana, or you can input the actual kanji if you want it. So for me, one of the, like a feature that I would say, a personal feature for an N5, like someone who's already know what they're doing, sort of speak, at the book, it becomes IME compatible, or it has a built-in homebrewed kanji kana input. And what I would do on a second playthrough is I would start the game, click on a speech bubble, or whatever is interactable, and I would go to my book and I would type the whole thing out. That's it. I would just type it out, drag that whole thing and slam it into the spot. Because if I truly know all of that stuff, then if I see it, I should be able to type it too. I should be able to see and confirm what the sounds are in writing. It's not the greatest, because ultimately that's not construction, that's mimicry, but it's still it's very similar to Duolingo. Basically, you hear something and you're just typing it back out, but that is still another level beyond dragging and dropping and pointing and clicking. And you can still have all the benefits of the context, right? Because you're still staring at two people standing there, one person jumping up and down, and then the previous sentence. You still have all those things, which Duolingo tries too, as well, with stories and whatnot. But in the Duolingo Japanese course, it doesn't have those things. It has like 10 stories, and I'm actually coincidentally in the middle of it, in the middle of the only 10. But this game already has all that stuff. So I lean far heavier into inputs. Like what I mean is outputting what I know in different ways, right? Alternative is what is for post? For posts, random words are blocked off. I don't know. Random words are blocked off. You just have a censor over something. So all you can do is rely on your hearing, right? That's a thing. All of a sudden, arus are just gone. Or like, it would be kind of fun to remove, put a black box over everything that's repetitive. And see if it's helpful. Like, one of the challenges I would say to myself would be, if you think something is very repetitive and you don't want to see it again or match it again, remove it in some way and see if it's if you need it or not. So like, since the audio is going to be there for a lot of the things, just remove the parts that you're not matching anymore. Remove adu, remove ni, remove wa. Like, block something randomly and see if you can still make sense of the sentence based on your hearing. You probably still can, because then you're training hearing as opposed to training your eyeballs. Sometimes one of the most humbling experience, it's no longer the true anymore for me. I used to have a lot of problems reading while listening to something. So like, I prefer to listen to the thing. Like, it's, if I listen to something and just type it out, that's nice. When I'm trying to read something and it's still like going on, it's really difficult. But that's personally for me. Most people prefer to read. They can read faster than they can listen. So an alternative is get rid of as use only target words. So for example, remove everything that is redundant. Literally get rid of them. Not autocomplete. Remove them and test their knowledge then. I think that would be interesting. I personally would go as far as saying using whatever the filter or algorithm it is for the book, and have the person enter what they hear. So that means masking the dialogue, and then once the dialogue plays, use whatever algorithm was used for the book entry and have that person enter the book. If you're so confident, in my opinion, and I'm still talking to people who are like N5 plus and whatnot, if you're so confident that you don't need that reinforcement or iteration in those handles, I think when you hear all that stuff, naturally I would say you should be able to also implement it, like write all of that, construct all of that, and reconstruct all of that without any aid, right? Not even a visual aid. I think I am incredibly humbled so many times when I think I know something really well, only to realize, at least in my opinion, still to this day, that there is quite a deficit when you're not synthesizing everything. So when you start removing things, you can inherently appreciate what they actually do to contribute to the whole. So for example, not being able to see again suddenly makes everything else very different. Not being able to hear again makes something incredibly different. So in order to appreciate that truly is to probably attempt to remove it, not have it done for you. That is a very different situation. So if you think the solution to increasing your aptitude in a language is to have more conveniences done for you, that is incredibly counterintuitive and arrogant. The more convenience that are done for you, the less and more complacent you become, and you do less and less. Now, there's a difference between, do you have to do that? For a lot of people, they don't believe that it's useful or necessary, and that's perfectly fine. That's being pragmatic. So pragmatism is a great excuse for complacency as well, right? If you know how of a faster way to learn something, then clearly you don't need to learn something if you can shortcut it, right? I don't have to learn how a smartphone works if I know how to use it, right? That doesn't substitute for your competence in it. So it's very humbling when I ask myself sometimes, for example, someone asked me, hey, I have a chemistry question, and they told me the chemistry question, and my first thought was, oh wait, okay, give me like 10 minutes because I have to refresh my chemistry things so that I'm able to tackle, like, I don't like, I do it a lot, but I still want to refresh every once in a while. So that's kind of one of those things that can happen to someone who's more seasoned, right? All right. There was a lot here. You know, I wanted to contribute a little bit here and there, tackle some of the bigger questions, but I think I tackled the 3 biggest things. Oh, and I guess for the from zero things, more so the from zero things, getting stuck, right? Getting stuck. So I personally, from the N5 plus, I would not find an issue with this, obviously. But in this case, getting stuck is already actively being addressed. From zero, that's usually the from zero thing. I think implementing things from, if you're getting stuck because of the lack of wanting to learn the rules, that's kind of hard to discern. But generally getting stuck, perfectly all right. There were 1 or 2 places that I would say I got stuck, but it wasn't because of the game. It was because of my understanding. So like I was looking for something that wasn't there, because I myself recalled something different, and that's what the game taught me. Like they reminded me of the times that I misremembered something, right? And in terms of this type of thing, getting stuck, again, that may lead into some of the pitfalls that are shared here, where less active learning, there's less active learning when more hand-holding is produced. So that's often the case. Making something more casual forward means less need to be actively learning. And the option for those things tend to line up with these things, which is finding ways of incentivizing aptitude. And in both cases, we have to remember that the collective similarities between these 2 groups, actually all of these groups, are that they are likely young adults or older. So structure and incentives of performance goes a long way. I mean, if there's any testament to this, maintaining a streak is sufficient for millions of users. It's hard to deny that there's a commonality, despite I'm trying to create granularity. So I'm trying to create like some semblance of distinction and granularity between these 3 perspectives, but there are quite a lot of commonality between them when it comes to the game space and the learning space, and that is incentivizing performance. How you wield incentivizing performance is a mixed bag. It's a really big mixed bag, but it's certainly one way to get people to constantly play your game, while at the same time you might be able to push forth habits and behaviors that makes it so that the people look forward to your next game and your next game and your next game, and also can empathize with your design, right? Tough call. All right, so now we're gonna get to the very last thing, and that is the hot take, right? So this is where we start with the lowest thing and go back up. What color do we use for our... Oh, I need that color back. And I usually do this for fun. It sidesteps and undermines all the things that... It tends to sidestep and undermine the importance of things. However, that doesn't mean I get to control how other people react to this type of content. And usually it's the end. So what are we doing here? We talked about 3 groups, right? In which I included myself in one of the groups. I was going to do a more complex like Likert scale thing. Maybe that's what I'll do. Hold up. Let's create a structure here. I need to register this color. Okay, so let's make this a little bit more interesting looking. Right? We're going to do this. And there are lots of core properties that I would say weigh into the rating. So we're talking about the rating. This is improvised. It might not work out as great as I think. So there's implicit, explicit. That's one of the major themes. Ease, difficult. Oh, we can't put them on the same scale, huh? So we'll have to draw separate lines. Yes. So, ease and difficulty. Replayability, right? Replayability. So replayability is more like dynamic. Or no, it's broken up into 2 separate things. So we're gonna get dynamic and repetitious. And features, which will link that into features and streamline. Which then breaks up into the last one, which is content. Content. Not content, but static. Let's see. What do I say about this? Standalone. Standalone. And updates. So these, I think, highlight 5 of the things that I think I wrapped most of my commentary around. And where I think the game is that it's nearly entirely implicit. So I'm using me. Nearly entirely implicit, right? It's incredibly ease, right? It's incredibly streamlined. Actually, maybe like sort of here, because there are feature sets coming to some extent. They're like here. Repetition. Repetition is, let's say, right here. Ease is definitely one of the goals, right? So I'm trying to basically empathize with Erik's goals. So what they're aiming for. So the aim largely lean hard on implicit, which I feel is also true, and ease, definitely on ease. Rely more so on repetition than dynamics. Streamline the process, for sure. Streamline the process and stay streamlined, because largely weighing on trying to create a standalone product that requires not all of his. But he did mention that he is interested in continuing to develop. But I'm gonna say it's a further lean because a lot of the stuff is doing quality of life things as opposed to focusing on updates, right? And why did I chose this to be a starting point? Because then we have our different groups. Oh wait, I used the wrong color, huh? Well, we're just gonna reinvent the wheel here. So, when it comes to the puzzle gamer, right? So here's the puzzle or gamer first, then Japanese, right? I know the colors don't line up anymore, but that's fine. I was gonna use yellow. I should have used yellow for. All right, let's just do this. Hold up. We can rescue this. So this is my rough estimate, right? So me trying to empathize with Erik. So that's kind of what he's aiming for. This is kind of like a profile philosophy of what he's aiming for in some of the core aspects. So now the question is, you take all the prototypic target audience and say, well, where do I feel they would prefer things, right? So you take the puzzle gamer per se, which is greater than Japanese, so they prioritize puzzle game. I would say oftentimes puzzle games nowadays tend to lean towards explicit and more than implicit. So oftentimes there's often involved in foundational. A big hit is some foundational explainers. Of explicit explainers of rules. And there's also some literal consistencies that are required. Literal consistencies. Which conflicts with language learning, and especially language learning of this nature. So you can kind of see like that's probably going to be a big negative thing. And it is. It is a big negative thing that is already have evidence. And when it comes to puzzle gamers, usually it leans on difficulty. But difficulty in the sense of dynamics. Right? So, more rules, but these rules are explicit to some extent, right? Which makes more rules and complexity build for a more challenging experience. And more challenging means more systems. That is not the impression I get from Erik and the game he designed. It's more like casual, you do it whenever you feel like, you can hit up the game anytime because it's comforting, it's reinforcing. not stressful and constantly juggling. You're not being drilled. This is your after cozy game that you do to practice the things you know a lot of times, right? It doesn't have boss battle music as it's playing, for example. Okay. And then for the puzzle game, feature rich. Absolutely feature rich. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about like The Witness and talent. No. It's kind of like pretty feature rich. Pretty feature rich. Not necessarily entirely streamlined, but feature rich. Because you want your puzzles. Like you want all sorts of rules. And it caters to this whole complexity into challenge things. And then updates. Actually that's not too bad. Puzzle games, like when you buy a puzzle game, I would even say it's kind of customary to expect they're standalone. So they're completed systems. Puzzle games require to be completed systems. So when you buy a puzzle game, there's no like wait for you'll see it. You'll see it later. Like it'll all come together. No, it's all there. Like if you understand everything, it's all the information is there. There's no like waiting for updates. So it can be very, very impatient, right? Someone say like, oh, well, I already finished this game. I'm out of here. I don't care if the developer updates this game or not. I'm out of here. I already finished all the puzzles. I expect it to be a complete system, right? All the information's there. And you can even be harsh and say they don't expect it to change it very fundamentally because the puzzles are already done and done for. It's kind of like looking at a solution for a puzzle and never be able to play it again. Like you are never able to play the game again because the standard average puzzler person can go play another puzzle game because once they know the solution, the process is not interesting anymore. And that's kind of a disappointing aspect about puzzle games, but I do admit that I understand where they're coming from. Language learning is not the same. Unfortunately, there's a lot of overlap between how context clues and comprehensible input form of applied learning shares parallelisms with puzzle games, but that's kind of where it stops. One of the fundamental things is the idea of not being able to visit and see a solution differently, right? A puzzle game, the quintessential part of a puzzle game that reinforces language learning is critical thinking. So critical thinking and problem solving is often coinciding with learning a language. But one of the biggest aspects of a language is that it mutates. It's malleable over time. Most of the time, puzzle games in its state are often assumed to be immutable. Once you finish Portal 2, it's finished. When you finish that level, it's finished. It will not look the same ever again to you. In a language, when you revisit a game, after using Japanese for a very long time, it will look different. So to speak, will look different and can be literally different. And honestly, those who make language games expect it to be different. They are commonly coming from the perspective of a language learner, which that means you can revisit the game without necessarily have to change a lot about the game, because you need that reinforcement. And those words change, their meanings change, because you'll learn more about them. They'll have more meanings attached to them. A puzzle game, maybe not so much, because those isolated systems don't occur a lot of times outside of the critical thinking and problem solving skills you get along the way. So for me, I love puzzle games because it helps me exercise my critical thinking and problem solving, and I take that with me. I don't take Portal 2 with me. Like, I'm not going to go out and say, oh, hey, this is just like Portal 2. You put a door there and you put a door there and they link together. That's not going to happen. But you can apply some of the abstraction. So as you can see, not so hot on this end. And this, in my opinion, coincidentally profiles the one person who dislikes it, the one person who thumbs down it. Okay. Our next one, and then we have our From Zero guys, right? Our From Zero guys. So, From Zero, Japanese, probably greater than, let's say, a puzzle game. Or perhaps mechanics, like mechanics things. Like a... We'll put greater than puzzle game. That's good enough. So for them, From Zero people are really, really receptive, in my opinion, is starting off with a bit of a mix. But I would say when it comes to people who prioritize learning, they would be slightly on the explicit side, but it's a mix. It's a mix of implicit and explicit learning. So whenever there's an implicit thing and it comes with explicit feedback, is excellent. So what I mean by that is when you learn something implicitly, an additional explicit thing is used to add value, which I think the game kinda has, but it's not a priority. Like, hey, you just discovered Adu. Oh, by the way, did you know that Adu is often used for inanimate objects? And you do get some of that, because I noticed that there were lots of parentheticals, and that's neat. I think when it comes to From Zero, it goes along a value to have both, because explicit instruction creates structure. So, hot take, which I will take from earlier today, like, you discovered Adu, and then you see Adu show up on a list of verbs. That's explicit instruction, but kind of given in a more aesthetic way. Like, oh, your list of verbs keep increasing, your list of predicates increased, or your nouns increase. So it's a combination of, you do the implicit nature, but you also get a reflection on explicit instruction. So you get more bang for your buck. You get aha moments, while at the same time you get, okay, here's the Skippy. You should know some of this stuff. It's good. Don't worry, the next time you come around, you can apply this stuff to it, right? So that's the From Zero. So it's a bit of a mix. I don't think they lean strongly to the left, right? I think the lean to implicit learning is coming from a place of someone who's very experienced with the language already and have lots of experience with the language. Whether they're very competent or proficient in it, that's a different story. It's coming from a person who's exposed to the culture a lot. And sure enough, I would say Erik has a lot of exposure to Japanese, and I do too. So I am way to the left on this. I absolutely love implicit learning. I actually find it very, very difficult. So I pile on. If something is incredibly explicit, I try my best to make it as implicit as possible. So I really enjoyed, so to speak, because it resonates with me quite a lot. And I think that's my rationale, that the vast majority of people who have recommendations, like they have a thumbs up, is because they are either competent enough to understand a great majority of, so to speak, and they're using it as implicit reinforcement, right? They're enjoying the cozy lifestyle of interacting with the Japanese language in a different way in which they are already familiar with. It's a great break from cramming your Genki textbook and whatnot. And in this way, the From Zero guys, absolutely. Ease is like on top of each other. So From Zero guys, ease. I've already talked about my huge digression on effort deficit. Effort deficit, especially when you're playing a game. Effort deficit is that's what cozy games, casual games, farming games, casual sim games, it's not intentional or predatorial, but coincidental. Effort deficiency and game entertainment is absolutely one and the same. Like, if you make something casual, you are far more consistently likely going to have more people interested and consistently playing it, increasing the accessibility, the smoothness of the learning curve. It creates retention and effort deficit. They're playing a game, they want to be entertained, they want to learn something in conjunction and bonus. So cue the 16th person that tells me what is the easiest way to learn a language. Honestly, it's irrelevant if it's easy or hard for me. If it's hard as balls, I probably end up learning more. So not me per se, but I totally love a cozy game, and I really like this game. So I'm playing this from a different perspective. So we'll get into that a little bit later. This is me empathizing with Erik. I didn't reveal what I prefer yet. So I usually save my own personal things for last, right? And then now we have repetition. Repetition for usually for consistency and ease, it usually lines up with repetition. So despite being boring, this creates routine. And routine leads to ease. Repetition and routine leads to ease. So repetitiousness is like, includes iteration and permutation. This routine makes it so that the stuff sticks right early on, because you need foundations. And this game is for foundations, right? So without foundations, you regardless of how much like explicit things you're gonna get and ease and all the other things, if the person isn't going to create a routine to use the game or learn something from the game until it sticks, then it might as well be a puzzle game that you complete once and forget about. So probably lean quite, and this speaks to the popularity of SRS. That is legitimately an entire industry at this point, a subset industry for some form of SRS combined with repetitious targeted content usage, and then pass it off as immersion-based comprehensible input language learning. What are you doing? You're repetitiously finding targeted content to that person's interest in order to create a repetitious foundation for routine. That's what I mean by repetition, by the way. Not necessarily just the content, but the behavior. It has to be a consistent foundational behavior that allows it to be the same. When you're gaming and you're looking for entertainment, you're literally doing the opposite, in my opinion, personally. Which I'm kind of revealing some of my opinions, but people look for constant dynamically changing things. So no repetition. Like, oh, this is a new boss. I have no idea what it is. That's cool. The next boss, I have no idea what it is. That's cool. I'm getting a lot of money for my bang for my buck now because they have to keep creating new content that is different. Repetition is very different. Like, oh great, this is the same content that is pretty much someone else making the same content as this person, but they're using the same language, right? But it creates routine. And if you like that stuff, you hammer down. It's more similar to someone who plays Dark Souls 1, and then if they find out Dark Souls 2, which this is not the greatest example, Dark Souls 2 is really close to Dark Souls 1, I'll play it. Routine. Or Resident Evil like 4 and, you know, Resident Evil 5, hopefully it's very similar, that kind of thing, right? So that's where I would place them. And then for From Zero, absolutely 100% streamlined. 100% streamlined. Like for me, the feature rich thing comes from the arguments of someone who is very seasoned to expect feature rich things. So like someone who's either very seasoned in gaming or a very particular topic like puzzle gaming, so they expect those features. And then like people who know what they're talking about wants feature sets. So most of the matured language learners, which we'll at them soon, are likely the people who know what they want or request what they want. Oftentimes when you have someone who says they're new and they want to request a feature, that feature ends up trying to streamline the learning process. So give me a tool that, where do I start learning a Japanese? Oh, this tool, it does everything for you. All you have to do is log on, do what it says, and you'll get to learning Japanese. Thank you. Take my money. That is the From Zero Japanese requirement, right? And naturally, Erik lines up with that because Erik gives me the impression that he wants to help and target and encourage people to start learning Japanese, right? So it would lean towards that, but it's like even further than Erik is leaning, in my opinion. In fact, I think if you add all the hand-holding situations, the hint systems and stuff, that's probably what they want. I want to make a disclaimer. This is not saying any of these preferences are best for language acquisition. Right? Like take the ego and knowing better and righteous indignation and add it at the door. I'm not saying that what this hypothetical situation is best for learning at these stages. I'm revealing what I believe are coinciding coincidental behavioral patterns in preferences for your audience that you have today. These are the things that I believe the audience wants, and it can change in another 10 years. It can change in another 2 years. The internet moves fast. But for now, the impression I get is if you think your audience is a From Zero Japanese audience, and you know for sure that is it, I would strongly suggest this is the point of view that they're coming from. And then like the puzzle gamer would have these particular views. And then for language learning, From Zero, absolutely updates. Absolutely updates. There's no compromise on updates. Like, they are learning and they expect the product to grow with them. Now, in either case, these people can be very reasonable. Like this hypothetical situation, they can be reasonable. They're like, oh, I know it's not possible, but that doesn't stop them from wanting it. Like, a person who's going to be from zero, they pick up their from zero product, right? Their first thought when they get through the product is, hey, are you going to make more? I want to follow you. I want you to build more products so that I can grow with you, right? I don't want to wait and outgrow you. I really love your product and I've become attached to your product. And that leads to like the Duolingo effect. That I would call it the Duolingo effect, which is a lot of people outgrow Duolingo very rapidly, right? And Duolingo, with all his ways of engaging and stuff, still garners incredible negativity because those who outgrow Duolingo, they outgrow them really, really fast and they leave. Now, the ones that stay are attached to something else. They're not attached. Duolingo's ability for repetition and schedule and like the combination of repetition and ease causes a balance for the product to be updated in terms of growth. So you can do that. There are ways to focus on specific aspects that will compensate for other aspects. But for me, one of the biggest telltale signs of a from zero learner is the first thing, one of the biggest negativities is that when they outgrow the product, it becomes an eyesore. It becomes a negative dependent relationship. And that can fester into like a big thing. I am actually incredibly impressed that Duolingo is still being able to do whatever they're doing because they're using other ways to stay updated. How does Duolingo stay updated? I mentioned this to Erik yesterday. Cultural. Pop culture. Duolingo is able to stay relevant because the idea of updates can come whenever they come from the language learning perspective, but they are culturally relevant. So they are in the internet space. Duolingo is relevant to pop culture. So that pop culture relevance feels like the product is growing with you. Like, you know, Erik brought up Squid Game 2, which was amazing because I was about to bring up Squid Game 2 on their last promo. And then I mentioned Crunchyroll's anime collaboration. Music and math are very approachable things, or not approachable things in a sense of starting. So their introduction for 2024 was music and math. They are pop culturally relevant, and that's something that I think a lot of games are going to have to contend with, especially if you're focusing on a group that expects to grow with you. That's why live service is so negatively but successful. Like, what I mean by that is one of the hallmarks of a live service is, regardless of how possibly negative it is outshined by the ability that there might be a brighter tomorrow. And it's not going anywhere. It doesn't end. Right? And from a development standpoint, some developers like that because they enjoy constantly making more content for the things they love. And then there are developers that say, I'm done. This project's done. Enjoy. I'm moving on to my next project. You could buy something like Kojima, or in a high profile way, or I have plenty of indie examples where they make a game and they move on. Surprisingly, even Supergiant Games recently decided, okay, all right, we'll make a sequel to Hades at least. But all their other games did not have sequels, right? Heck, even Final Fantasy is a great example. Like conceptually, yeah, it bears the Final Fantasy numerical thing, but it's classical to know that they rarely or seldomly create a sequel, right? That's kind of the idea. Games that have sequels are far more approachable in acquiring new people to become familiar with it than games that are standalone. Hence the indie scene being still far less popular and sustainable than the popular thing by default. Like the aspects of the indie, the current indie, because the future indie might be different. Maybe consumer perspective changes completely and now they don't like sequels and live service so much because it doesn't create habit formation and routine, that the new indie would be all those sequel games that no one wants anymore, right? But for now, the current indie scene is that they make one-offs in hopes of making one that can grow with their audience. So whenever they land on that, they stick to it, or at least substantial enough to pivot to something else. So what happens even when a big corporation has a smaller group to make an indie darling, Dave the Diver? What do? You constantly release DLCs and crossovers in order to be pop culturally relevant, and at the same time expanding your game and immediately announcing a sequel. So that's kind of the thing. And that's industry talk, right? That's industry talk. So can't really change and overlook what's real. But the nice thing is, as someone who creates games and whatnot, and hopefully financial security, you can choose to cater to whatever you want. And that's one of the things. But being aware of this is great. So this is where the From Zero guys, and then we still have one more to go. Which one did I use? Oh, I didn't assign a new color, so I will use this color. And this is for the post N5 plus apes. I would say absolutely right on top of each other. Some of the most glowing reviews are right on top of each other too. They're probably completely implicit learners because they've already a lot of people who are advanced are looking for different ways to interact with the language. They are not looking for explicit foundational explainers. So in fact, a lot of the people who still like, so to speak, but they find the repetitious nature or the explicit nature and stuff not engaging or annoying, is because they already know this stuff, right? So in terms of difficulty, I would say this one is a little bit special, and I would say it's more like right in the middle for the post N5. They want something that's difficult, not ease, not difficult, and that's really difficult to define, right? So what happens is this gets a pass a lot of times. You find that you can make it as difficult as you want because you're seasoned, you're experienced, and it can be as easy as you want because you know what's easy, or you have a better idea of what's easy and what's not. So you can challenge yourself, like do a speed run of, so to speak, or because you're more educated and you're engaging in different ways. You're already past this. So that's usually in the middle somewhere. It can go either way for a designer or a developer to target veteran groups, right? And usually that also means that they kind of lean towards dynamics, but not as far as someone who's emphasizing on games. So on the one hand, they will agree with the use of repetition, which I disagree with, by the way, so I already gave that away. Repetition, and lean towards dynamics. I think I would say even further. So give me more ways to interact with the same information, please. Because repetition means I'm repeating things I already know, right? So that's kind of a bummer. And then for streamline, absolutely 100% all the way at the end. Feature rich. This is a little closer to repetition because they oftentimes you have the appreciation of what it's like to have repetition and reinforcement, but 100% off to the feature. And they even probably know what they want. Flashcards, SRS, Bacon and Anki export list. Can you integrate this with YouTube, pop culture stuff? Can I have an endless mode that creates they know what they want. They hope that a game has all of it already, right? And that's where the stickler for mature games are. They line up with a product that is expected to be completed, not updated later along down the road. Completed, as in, I'm N5, N4. Where's N4? Like, am I going to have N4? Which I think ultimately that philosophy can come with transparency. So here, this would be, they're expecting a lot standalone, and Erik is presenting it as though it's a standalone. Like, he's not promising like there will be updates like off the bat, or I expect to cover N4, N3, N2 in the next month. So this lines up. So it's favorable because now if we look at the groups, the most negative group is going to be someone who feels like they're playing a puzzle game as opposed to primarily focusing on Japanese, right? As my thing goes. And then for the From Zero people are largely aligned, like half and half, a little over half with Erik's perceptions, and then, or at least what I think Erik is aiming for. And then the season guys are also like a little, but it's a little bit tilted slightly. There's some passes, like this gets a pass. So I would think it still caters a little bit more to the From Zero Japanese people, right? Because that's what Erik is aiming for. It's surprising that I would say a lot of the things that weigh more ended up attracting people who already is Japanese competent. And that's probably because of the interest in the gaming industry to find new ways to interact with the Japanese that they're already scaling. Now, last but not least, I'll put it in, I don't know, what color am I going to use? I'll put it in light blue. So this is me personally, without the bounds of anything else. I'm absolutely 100% implicit. Most of my game experience, most of my game preferences, most of my learning, I have an absolute bias towards implicit learning. Give me abstraction, make a puzzle game that deals with circles and pushing blocks and still learning Japanese. Go for it. Represent a square with the Japanese word circle and then challenge me to distinguish the two. Have yellow written in red. Absolutely, go for it. For me, challenge and implicit nature and understanding complex rules, those are my like guilty pleasures. I love abstraction. This game relies on implicit learning, but I didn't add one more thing, abstraction, because I think it's irrelevant to a lot of normal gamers or like people who are buy these things. I love abstraction. Most of the time my memory comes from relating abstract thoughts to each other. So I don't think that's very appropriate. And I much agree with Eric's perspective that that would be juggling more things that is necessary to learn foundational Japanese. I personally love it. Again, not a recipe for the best language acquisition. I'm sharing what I personally prefer. And in terms of ease and difficulty, I'm in the middle. It can go both ways. Like, it's irrelevant to me. Again, it's irrelevant. If it's difficult, I'll make it as easy as possible for me to still understand it while maintaining difficulty. If it's super easy, I'll make it as hard as I can. Like, as hard as it for me to learn more, right? And I respect that people who have learned and dedicated themselves to a specific skill ends up developing that appreciation as well. It is as hard as you can make it. It is as easy as you can make it. But the end of the day, you make it as hard as you can handle in order to make learning possible. That's where seasoned experience happens, in my opinion. If it's too easy, it gets boring, people drop it. If it's too hard, people drop it. If it's just well enough and you are invested in your learning potential, it's going to be irrelevant in most cases, right? And for me, my personal for like language learning and stuff is torn. Like, am I treating this as a language learning thing, or am I treating this as a video game thing? And I, when going into this, was focused on language learning. And when it's language learning, I lean towards repetition. So probably right on top of what Erik is thinking about. Not entirely repetitious, but repetition. If I was a puzzle gamer, which I love puzzle games, I would lean way to the left. It's about dynamics, abstraction, and whatnot. But I'm seeing this from a lens of more of a language learning aspect because I am learning Japanese, right? And then for this, I actually am still learning Japanese. So my preference is streamline it to high heaven. Streamline it to high heaven and then provide updates. That's pretty much seeing. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? It's a bit of a mixed bag. Now, I want to make a big disclaimer before I wrap this up, right? This is where now we have the scores, right? I want to make a big disclaimer for myself. I was not solicited, so I was not solicited for this game. And also, I want to thank Erik. I don't usually get the opportunity to talk to the developer more than once. Although, in the recent years, in like the last year, by coincidence, I did get to talk to the developer more than once, but this doesn't happen very often. I don't get to like interact with someone who's actively making a product that many other people are using or something. So it's very humbling. Okay, I have a really hot take that I think it will only resonate with individuals who are in the science field. I'm not a theoretical physicist, but I can tell you when you're conceptualizing and then you have someone that you know is applying the stuff, it humbles me to no end. So unlike the relationship between a physicist and an engineer, where a physicist has a form of stereotypical elitism for the application that engineers use for their concepts, I typically have the opposite. Applying things in concept humbles me every day. Like, what am I doing right now? Right? I spent so much time talking about like mindsets and behavior and what to do, but I'm not making a product out of it. Like, I'm not selling anything. I'm not making, at least I don't think. I don't know if people are going to get angry at me for saying this, but the stuff that I do here is not actionable. As in, I don't think I'm impacting anyone's lives or changing anything. This is for self-indulgence. I'm doing this to help continue to better myself while occasionally, again, having the privilege to meet people like Erik, who did something about it and made something about it. So regardless of my theories and my behavior and concepts, I might have some okay theories and suggestions, but I don't usually act on them very often. Like, I'm not going to I have to apologize to Erik, right? Like, I'm not going to go in a Discord and say, oh, here's my self-promotional video. I hope you can take care of all of this, and that's how I believe your game is going to be a 5-star game that'll lead you to success. I'm not doing that. That's something that's part of my personality. I love seeing what other people make and do and what I can learn from them. So it's very selfish. That's why I really appreciate when people make things and I get to experience them. Because I spend my whole life just brainstorming and enjoying things. I'm incredibly spoiled. I live in an age where you can play a video game and you can say something and the developer can see it. That's crazy. That's my crazy thought. Like, and so I wanted to say more. Right? Thanks, Erik stopped by twice. It was fantastic. So I really appreciate the insights as well. I wasn't ready for it to happen that well, so my questions that I asked were incredibly rudimentary. But the second time that it happened, I was a little bit more prepared because I was already ready to make this video about my thoughts. So I had more developed ideas and things to present. And it was a humbling experience. It was a very humbling experience. So I wasn't solicited, just by coincidence, Erik. There's a small audience for the game, so perhaps we're also in the same time zone, and by happenstance, these things are not popular enough. So the last couple indie devs were in the same situation. But those people actually, some of them solicited me. Most of them actually solicited me. So, and I, of course, asked them, is there anything you want me to focus on or suggest or something? I disclose this. When someone solicits me out of nowhere and they demonstrate that they know what I'm doing, I want them to bias me. It's not the opposite. Like when someone always says, oh, as for the record, these people solicited me, they sponsored me, but they have no sway or opinions on my review and stuff. I want to do the opposite. I want to make that product as best as the vision of that person can be, with the idea that I'm able to have biased impressions of people, right? Like this profile here, these are biases. They're not impartial understandings of people. These are biased profiles. An unbiased profile would be assuming all three of these perspectives are straight down the middle. Like it's too hard to predict. Like you can't decide. That would be unbiased. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I'm sponsored by my keyboard guy company and this is an unbiased review, it's your bias review of the product. I think saying unbiased seems like a weird blanket. Like this is my, I guess it could be a pet peeve. I don't understand. Like, I have a very hard time understanding when someone says unbiased as though it's suggesting that it's scientific. That happens a lot. Scientific means that it's blinded and double blinded, as in you don't even know what you're testing for until you do. So when you say you're unbiased, receiving a keyboard product, and that person is a keyboard manufacturer targeting you because you make keyboard reviews, you are biased. If not by the keyboard manufacturer, you yourself as a keyboard person will spend most of the video demonstrating how you're biased. Your data that you collect are agnostic, so that's great. So when someone watches your video and you go up and say, oh, this is an unbiased review, it is a biased review, period. But the data that you make, like the clacking, clicking, or how many times, the things that you measure can be used to have someone else form an interpretation of it. And then when you present an interpretation, that is a biased interpretation. For the most part. Like, double-blind studies rarely ever happen. Like, unbiased reviews and stuff happening on the internet is like a unicorn happening, I don't know, like discovering a unicorn. The very nature of the internet and the way commerce is being presented, and YouTube and algorithm, the way things are, they are inherently biased. Double-blind, unbiased testing and stuff rarely exist. Convergent bias testing exists. So what I mean by that is several people testing the same product and they're agreeing. That's convergence. It's a converging evidence, corollary evidence. None of those corollary evidence are free of bias because they didn't operate on the same conditions. They try to. A lot of them try to standardize conditions. They don't have a third-party blinded tester. They're not double blind. So they know what they're testing for. They know their methodology. And whenever you say, I'm not sponsored, but you also get kickbacks from it's difficult. That's, in my opinion, one of the prevailing problems of conflict of interest. It hurts you when it hurts you as an argument for biasy, and it doesn't when you say it doesn't. So oftentimes when someone say, oh yeah, this is my unbiased review of this sponsored product because they didn't instruct me to say anything, it's like, yes, but you already know what kind of product you're going to test, and you already am targeted because you are advertised as a person who does that product. Everything about the initial selection is biased. So in my opinion, I totally understand when you mean everything after that. So you are only unbiased after the moment that pre-selection has happened. What is very disconcerting about the internet now is that pre-selection sets most things in stone. So what do I mean by that? I'm gonna do a little business ploy here. When someone, I feel like this is maybe a little lesser known concept. When someone says, oh yeah, I got sponsored, they sent me a keyboard, it's an unbiased review because if I hate it, I'll tell you if I hate it. It's like, well, that's irrelevant. You are pre-selected for it because that business knows if they target a person who does keyboards and they don't like the keyboard, irrelevant if that person doesn't like the keyboard or like the keyboard, it's exposure, and that exposure leads to money. So the odds of doing something bad, it's like, oh, here's a product, you don't like it, here's another product, it's better this time, more exposure. So ultimately, yes, you can still have situations where the product sucked so much that it removes it like is detrimental. But those aren't those sponsored products. Those are when the influencer voluntarily tests that product. That's not the same as someone sponsoring you, targeting you, and say they don't have any effect on your saying. That's a different story. The other way that really blows up is when an influencer picks up your product, because that's what they do. That would be closer to an unbiased thing, but they are still biased in that sense too. Like they're biased towards or against a product that they pick. It's not blanketed. Like you're not asking, I don't know, your favorite tech tuber to pick up their opinion on, I don't know, the next Hunger Games book, right? Blinded would would not inquire pre-selection. So why is this rant very important? Because I make this disclaimer each time. I am not solicited by this person, but I am biased. I've demonstrated that. This is my biasy with, so to speak. And in fact, all of this is framing all of my biases. But the idea is, with all this information, it is far more likely than someone understands me than saying I'm not biased. Right? So all of this is a perception of what I know about the current industry, right? I love doing this. So I'm not solicited. To be clear, the last couple times I was solicited, and I still say, like, I like to know when I get solicited, I like to know what they're thinking so I can disclose it, right? And when I disclose it, it helps me with framing my reviews. So when someone solicits me, I also disclose if they ask me for any particular instruction, and I wanted to give people the impression that I literally ask them all the time, is there anything particular that you want to highlight? Is there any particular thing? Because that tells me about them. And then I can share that. Transparency. Transparency is king, in my opinion, right now. Not trust me, bro, and not like a ignorance to one's own prejudices and preferences. Not that. Like, saying that you don't have any is not a soft block for transparency. That's not the same. Transparency is not the same as, like, unbiased. So, for all disclosure, but with all of that said, I will reveal my major biasy, right? Since I am not solicited by Erik, and so to speak, that means I have voluntarily picked this game to meet a project requirement that I had about immersion, educational gaming, educational tech, right? And where I am in my Japanese learning language, Japanese learning journey, right? So, with that said, I voluntarily picked a game that fits my immersion bridge that I wanted to do at the intersection of games and tech. And I already knew, so to speak, was in development for some time ago already, as of Wagotabi team soliciting me. So, because of that, when someone asks me, oh, do I recommend the game, right? Do I recommend the game? The answer is watch my video. Does any of these things strike importance to you? Like, are there any characteristics? Like, do you like implicit learning? And you don't like it being too easy, too difficult? Do you like repetition? I'm breaking down these things mean that you get to form that recommendation. I've laid as much as I can in a specific amount of time in order to suggest that. Now, if you're asking me, trust me, bro, like, do I recommend, if you trust me, bro, right? Statement. My answer would be, if you like me, as in over all these years or whatever long you're using to profile me, if you are like me, or you like me, like parasocially, and or resonating, then the answer is almost 99% of the time yes. Because if you know me, this is how influencers work, right? And I don't deny this at all. I actually think this is the major vehicle on how parasocial relationships work that lead to product placements and create millionaire influencers overnight, practically. They form parasocial relationships and they farm the heck out of the parasocial relationships. So any product that they like, their viewers will like if they form a successful resonating parasocial relationship, and they are going to like it whether it's pragmatic or not, because it's sentimental. So how do I rationalize 99% yes? Because if you resonate with me parasocially, I tend to choose things I like. And it goes back to make it work. And pre-selection. All the things that I criticize other people for, pre-selection, my choices are biased. I don't choose out of the goodwill of my voluntary, like, I'm not paid to do this. So I would not choose to do something I don't like voluntarily. If I was paid to do this, that's a different story. I have a job now. I have an obligation. But if I am not solicited, one and foremost, and then that person doesn't tell me anything to say, then whatever I choose, if I choose to do it still, I always like it. I'm like 99% of the time, despite disaster. I mean, it would take like scandals and stuff, like unforeseen scamming or hurtful things maliciously targeted towards me to change it. But 99% of the time, if I'm doing it and I chose to do it and I chose to follow through, I usually take ownership of it. So therefore, I like it. I make it work. So if you're like me and you resonate with me, that answer is always by default. I'm biased towards liking it. For another record, up till now, to this very day, I haven't been paid to do something. And a big and, it is a blind solicitation. So what I mean about that is, when I'm solicited, on the record, it has often, like 99, actually 100% of the time so far, it is targeted. It is targeted solicitation. So much like the keyboard example, the keyboard influencer example, businesses now use targeted review and targeted influence to pre-select for their business opportunity. So they, and myself, I would say humbly, understand that regardless of what the blinded, the no conditions, no bias, it's targeted, it's pre-selected. So I have often 100% been targeted before for solicitation. And in that regards, I'm very forward about this. I will like the product. I will likely like the product. Would I recommend the product? Again, it goes back to, do you resonate with me? If not, at the end of the day, you can ask yourself, do you agree with any of this? If there's more yeses than nos, then sure. For me, the yellow is the marker for an ideal match, in my opinion, of so to speak. So if you have something that is very aligned with what I feel is Erik's approach to the development of this game and maybe further updates and whatnot, then you are more likely to like it than not. And for myself, I am more likely to like it than not, because I see more pros than cons on here. I haven't even reflected upon that. I'm doing this last night, and most of the time, even despite all of this, I genuinely like the things I do. So maybe this will change in the future. Maybe it'll change in the future where someone says, you know what, this guy likes to do analytics or like do empathy and personal transparencies. Let's take a chance on this guy. And they would be like, hey, do you want to like try out this, I don't know, wearable tech that measures your heart rate or something? And that was like way out of left field, and I have no idea what's going on, and it's legit. And that could possibly present a negative review, like a negative thing. But the disclaimer here is, if all of these stay the way it is, most of my reviews, quote, reviews, are positive. And my recommendation sticks to, if you're like me, go for it. If you're not like me, I hope something in this mess is more informative than me saying, trust me. And don't trust me, right? Unless you are me or similar to me. Not that. I actually spend nearly the vast majority of my experiences explaining what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, because the last thing I want to do is give someone a false impression of me while sharing my experience, and they think that I would act a certain way when I wouldn't act a certain way. So transparency is king to me. So I genuinely love the things I choose to do. I don't waste money. I rarely waste money. And you might be thinking, how's that possible that you never rarely waste money? It's because the money I use, I've dedicated and committed to it. Not that the money is cost effective. Like, does it make sense to buy $150 on a game when it's $70 in 2 months? That's up to you. That's your opinion. When I buy the game at $150, I'm already committed that I'm satisfied with $150 being spent on it. I do not make regrets. I don't make regretful decisions voluntarily with my time. I can make mistakes and regretful decisions and wrong decisions when I'm obligated to do so, like on a job. Like if I have to make a snap decision, I can make a decision that leads to a problem, and I will try to solve it. And I learn from those mistakes. Those are retroactively not regretful. Here, it's all calculated. This setting a week's time on, so to speak, me talking with Erik, coming up with questions, all this dialogue, it's completely rehearsed. Like what I mean is, it's churning in my head right now. All of what I'm saying now is improvisational. It is what I've been doing for most of my life, and I do it from day in, day out. So I wanted to work on that spiel for a little bit, right? So in order to end this segment, I will ascribe an approximation of even more generic rating system for people who have even less attention span than this. So let's start with the puzzle gamer. So the puzzle gamer, right? We'll put it in the middle. Got it. So ratings. Let's do this color. So ratings. The puzzle gamer would be, if I had to assess, five out of 10 for the puzzle gamer, for sure. 5 out of 10, even with, which is average. 5 out of 10. And oh, and we're not using weighted stuff, like none of that IGN nonsense and whatnot. You know, kudos to IGN for understanding what their rating systems are, but we're not doing like 7 is good. We're doing 5 is average, right? 7 is not average, 5 is average. So this is another disclaimer. And then we have green. Green, I would say 8 out of 10. And our post guys would be 8 out of 10. And for me, 8 out of 10. So how are these scores? Why? Well, it's not sitting at 8 out of 10. It's actually sitting at 97% or 98%. Actually, there are 50 reviews on Steam right now and 1 negative. 49 out of 50. So that's 98%, right? You can do the math. So why do I think overall it would be somewhere between 5 and 8? More like we're gonna say 7.8 in its current state. So let's just it's really strongly 8. So it might as well, and this is a low sample, right? I would say overall, because of the way target audience works, right? These groups, me and the rest, are overrepresenting over as, regardless if it expands to a larger audience. So, we have overall, right? You take all this, and I would say it's heavily gravitated towards 8 out of 10 in its current state, right? And where do I get these numbers? In a large enough audience, I would like to say there's going to be a averaging effect. So right now it's sitting at overwhelmingly positive or very positive, when until it can reach overwhelmingly positive, which requires a larger sample size, the kinks and the variability in these groups will be stronger. So you could argue that these are all 9s, but with the greater sample, they tend to become more spurious towards the middle end. So an 8 out of 10 is absolutely fantastic if in a larger audience, right? But it might not happen. And usually for indie games, they tend to be incredibly targeted. So they target their most optimal spheres of influence. So lots of wonderful games become stay at 9.5 to 10, or overwhelmingly positive above 9. Basically, very positive is 9 and above, and overwhelmingly is like 9.5 and above. They usually stay overwhelmingly positive because targeted exposure, right? If you want your games to be targeted, they usually are very, very favorable. My attempt here is often to incorporate a low end and a high end, but still make them potential people you'll come across. But this doesn't represent the sample size. The sample size would be far further to the right, so towards the 8s. However, even within the people who are post N5 and from beginners and all the mix in between, it has an averaging effect a lot of times when your sample size gets bigger. So whether that happens or not, it's difficult to know. I think So to Speak has an incredible audience. Like, having 50 reviews for a game like this is astonishing. It would be interesting. I hope that number grows to like 100 to 200 reviews by the end of the year. Shoshinko's been around for over a year and a half, and I think they're sitting at 400. That's fantastic. Like, what's a great indie game that has a super target audience? Point and click adventure games. And then like immersive retro storytelling games and whatnot. Like, for example, one of my favorites are Freebird games. Their one episode that they released, overwhelming. It's like 97 to 98%, and I think they have like 6,000 reviews, and they're incredibly targeted. Steam has an incredible capacity to be targeted. Steam is the YouTube of gaming. So when people like what they want, they're gonna get more from what they want. It takes an impressively wide audience to bring down an indie game, especially an indie game that's designed with a very targeted audience in mind. This is not the same for wide audience games. They usually do not fare as well. And even in the niche ones, they tend to start to average out to about 8. So that's like positive, largely positive stuff. Like it takes extraordinary games to reach an incredibly large audience without the averaging effect to happen. So that's kind of where we go from there. And of course, if you're like me, absolutely recommend it, because I totally bought the game on launch, and the rest is history. Much like the next game I'm going to do. So this is a teaser for whatever comes next. Next month is Claire Obscure, which is a larger audience game, but it's still targeted. It's still very targeted, and it is working very well. Now, it got critical acclaim while still remaining targeted to wear its sleeves on, wear its coat very well. So it's a combination of all these things. Saying that aggregate scores are unbiased in the day and age of the internet generation is absolutely preposterous. So when you say this game is game of the year because it has a 90% here and a 90% here in 2 pre-selected platforms, that is like pretending like there's still unbiased opinions when you're so hardly targeted and self-selected. Instead, I prefer to understand the cases and preferences and the granularity of these situations in order to inform myself in making decisions. So in the future, I can choose when to be relevant and not relevant. Right? Saying that a game is 5 out of 10 for a specific audience doesn't make the game bad or good to the person presenting it. I think the game is good, but it doesn't quite make any difference to a person who thinks it's 5 out of 10 because of their preferences. So that, to me, is investing effort into something. Now, not everyone has time for this. I do. It's part of my thing. So, and is that marketable? It's not really marketable. So obviously, I'm very surprised whenever someone solicits my attention, because the odds of someone sitting through one of these and using this particular lesson or thing as an interest for purchase, I am a business risk. And what I mean by a business risk is you give me stuff and I won't increase your sales. What I could do potentially is be advising or be a source of reference for the other ends, the people who are making decisions and collectively needing a scout, like a consultant who scouts things for them. So I am more so doing this as a practice for consultation or marketing. Like how do I collect information, and is that information adequate to get a larger audience understanding? Like I communicate with people by understanding this stuff. I don't it is necessary to be a great consultant and or quote unquote in authority on a bigger picture scale when you actually do the bigger picture scale, instead of catering to my own pedantic requirements. Like, yes, it is very easy for me to sit here and shout out my hot takes and my personal preferences as though they are king, in fact. But I think it's far more interesting and intellectually stimulating when you're trying to see and observe what other people are thinking. So for me, I'll continue to do something like this, but it is sure as heck does not sell products. So one thing that would incredibly de-incentivize and surprise me when someone solicits my opinion or feedback is that who even sits through all this? I do this for my self-indulgence and my self-enrichment. If at any time someone solicits me with a deadline and some requirements and whatnot, then I will be far more disciplined. But this is my labor of love. Like, I love talking about these things. What is not a labor of love is when I have obligations, and those are more like duty. Those are labor of duty. If someone trusts me to handle their PR on their game, I would do so to their discretion, not my discretion, to their discretion, by leveraging as much information as I am skillful in. So most of this stuff is more like I'm building my own collective exploration. So much like language learning, I will continue to explore how unhinged my approach to enjoying things in life until I get some rules. I can play by rules, but in this case, I don't have to play by the rules because I can analyze and share whatever I want. I have no obligations. It could change in the future, and it could change like spottedly, not like permanently, but I would love to be challenged one day to say, okay, here's a sponsorship deal with 6 months. You want to cover these things, you want to stream at least like 3 times a day. Like I would love to take on that challenge to see how I navigate that. It'd be really cool. But for now, nothing of that sort happens. All of this is self-voluntary. So if you find this interesting, that's how my life is happy. My life is incredibly happy. I have lots of happy dollars. We're just gonna throw them out. All right. So, is there anything else I want to say? Clear up Skewed 33. We're gonna be playing it in French because I want to hear French. We're a French studio. We're gonna play it in May. We have a Neverwinter coming back again. It's another one of those games that I've been playing for over 10 years. And whenever they have an update, which is around roughly every 3 or 4 months, I'll be back. Live service game. So, May, Clear Up Scared, and Neverwinter every Monday. Or once a week, basically. And yeah. And one last thing, right? I will keep tabs. So while this is a candid conclusion, because I feel that Erik is leaning towards leaving the game standalone, I'll hold out, but Shashinko is in the Ryan is very similar too. But I do keep track of games for at least a year. So here's my last thing that I usually talk about: future. So I hold a game for approximately a year. So I track the game for a year. Actually, this has decreased now. I usually track the game for a month. So I stay reading, looking at like community feedback and whatnot, and then I move on. So this is a deadline for me personally because there's too many things that are interesting in life. So maybe one day I'll revisit. One of the developers that I had, a Elemental Evils developer, right? I look forward to his next game. I hope it will be cool to see what he's cooking up, right? But it will be greater than a year. But he left his project behind, right? Elemental Evil. So I don't need to. It would be very wonderful sometimes when developers are exploring. Sometimes some developers are pretty sure what they're going to do, and I drop it in less than 6 months, right? It could be a surprise that they go back to original. So I usually hold on a game for 6 months, and then I move on. If they continue to get updated, this clock gets reset. So I know for a fact Wakotabi is not going down, right? Shashinko, I think it's almost time. So they'll surprise me if they'll surprise me, right? I like to keep updating. I like to update perspectives as much as possible. That's one of my courtesies. I think there's a professional integrity that I want to maintain about being current with my information. So if the game is still continuing to be updated, I want to update my perspective on it, unless I legitimately claim that I no longer, these things are no, and I would retroactively go through and say things that are outdated, right? This came about, this little thing spiel down here came about because of how often I see Duolingo reviews that are out of date, professional or claiming self-professional journalism who do not date their articles, and there are often several years out of date, like 2-3 years out of date, and they continue to be the top hit for readers and stuff because it is, and it still is taken as fact when they're no longer accurate. So due diligence, professional courtesy is something that has become very, very salient when I'm starting to do these things, right? I don't want this to reflect a product that it no longer is. So if this stands and I keep it standing, that means the product did not change remarkably, in my opinion, to affect this. But almost all the things I've done, I haven't done this for very long, trying to create like overviews and pros and cons yet. But my professional integrity is that these things have to be current if the product is still current. I think it is incredibly disrespectful and insulting and misleading that when you are a professional, or you state you're a professional source of information, that your data and your statements and stuff are not kept current. It's okay if that product does not like cease to be in development, but when you are reviewing a product, in my opinion, you have the professional integrity and courtesy to offer the entire longevity of that product for as long as it's in development. Or then choose products that don't have active development instead, right? Like, it kinda a slight pet peeve of mine when someone like picks a live service game and they play it for like 3 months and then keep that thing up with controversial hot takes that are no longer true, like 6 years after the fact, where that game is still running today. It's less common now for the bigger outlets. They actually do updates, like a 1 year perspective, a 2 year checkup, a 3 year checkup. But that is some of the far more respectable, in my opinion, journalists, and not so for a lot of things. And language learning is definitely one of the areas that have a severe echo chamber that creates misinformation so substantially, to the point where I end up inadvertently become targeted by false information. And not only that, I get negative like pushback on when I correct the people for their misinformation. I don't necessarily think it's their fault per se. I think there's a professional courtesy and negligence on individuals who present themselves as experts or seasoned experience, who have all the privileges to do that, to keep their information current. Like, I can't tell you how many times during my days when I was learning Japanese with Duolingo Japanese that someone tells me that Duolingo does not have kanji. Like, it to this day, it still happens. And funny enough, I still encounter people with like 1 million subscribers and 2 million subscribers saying that that Duolingo doesn't do certain things when they clearly do, and they would show screenshots and like point to their old videos that clearly shows an out-of-date Duolingo. So if you're really caring about people and you care about your professional integrity and you like to be honest and transparent and unbiased and whatnot, have the professional courtesy, in my opinion, to keep your information up to date. And I'm sure if that is up to date, then you're free to go. Like, I'm okay with that. But I still see it so often. Some of the stuff is so out of date that I didn't even recognize they were using Duolingo at first if it wasn't for the Duolingo bird. So, yeah. This is true too. I hold to the game until I know the development stops. I did it for Battle of the Bands. I still have yet to finish, or Battle Bands, or yeah, I think it's called Battle Bands, which I was solicited for. I didn't write a review. I didn't do a review for it because I thought it was going to be updated. And after 6 months of waiting for like a bigger update, right, it stopped. And so I'm going to eventually go back and find time to wrap that up. But it didn't change very much from the last time I played. That goes the same for like Across the Obelisk, unfortunately. Soon, Across the Obelisk is turning over, and other things. But it gets done eventually. Shashinko, I still have to wrap up Shashinko as well. So that's to keep an idea of a closing statement that I want. I love doing this stuff, and I will probably continue to do it. Maybe a little bit more brief, but I think today I really wanted to give even more because there's something really, really special about having the opportunity to talk to someone who made something that thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. Dear me, I'm not even sure how I feel if I were entrusted to make commentary on something that is 100,000 or 1 million people, let alone hundreds. I'm far used to interacting with a group of hundreds, and those hundreds are incredibly self-selected specialists and whatnot. So in this case, it was incredibly humbling. I really thank Erik for a chance encounter, and because of that chance encounter, I like triple down or quadruple down my investment. And that I don't want to make it sound like my write-offs are cheap, because I have lots of happy dollars to give, and If a developer shows up, talks, do things, and talk about their experiences and stuff, I sure as heck will double down on that. Much like any person who randomly stops by and says, hello, may I ask you a question, or can you answer some of my questions? That's double down, and if they move on, they move on. That's perfectly all right. But I wouldn't ever sacrifice my own personal, unprofessional, like non-professional, that's the word, non-professional, my freelancing integrity for the sake of some like getting over it with. This is the testament of why I double down on investing in people. Despite if no one sees it, that's perfectly fine. I exercise this for a day that an opportunity strikes, right? So to speak, was a fantastic game. This music totally jives with me, man. Like the stuff I say, I need to think about composing some music again. I can make music, by the way, just as a teaser, but I haven't decided if I want to go back and make music. But I want to make my own soundtrack to my streams. So maybe that'll be a little thing for like another year down the road, or I find like a really converging collaborator for this. But I really like Eric's brother's music, and it's been playing in the background for this whole period, right? Kudos, by the way. Anyways, that's it. April is finally done. We did 5 different projects and heading off to May with 2 additional projects, and we're continuing Wanikani and Hanzahiro and jostling Duolingo Spanish with our Clear Up Scared and Neverwinter. We might be able to add another thing, but I think because of the time constraints of those things, I think that's all I am able to do. But I'm so happy to be living in a time where a game like Clear Up Scared can still intrigue me, right? These things don't happen very often, so I make time for them. Everything else I made time for. It's not every day that a video game piques my nerve endings and wanted to. Dave the Diver was definitely one of them in recent history, so I'm looking forward to it. So here's happy April, everyone, and here's off to May. I'll catch you guys on the next one, right? So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Muchas gracias. 谢谢, right? 感谢. Yeah, catch you guys on the next. If you're only interested in so to speak, I guess catch you next update, possibly. Or join me when I play other games in Japanese, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. Mata ne. 再见, right? 再见, and adios. Bye bye now.